The snow was falling heavier than usual when I drove down the winding mountain road toward the cabin I had rented for the weekend. The trees on either side of the road were tall and skeletal, their branches weighed down with snow, and the air was sharp and biting. I had been looking forward to this weekend for months, a chance to get away from the city, from work, from everyone. The cabin was isolated, almost completely hidden by the surrounding forest, which was exactly what I wanted. I liked the idea of being alone with only my thoughts, no distractions, no responsibilities. When I finally arrived, I parked my car in the small clearing in front of the cabin and trudged through the snow to the front door. The place was rustic, made of dark timber and stone, and it smelled faintly of wood smoke and damp pine. Inside, it was warm, the small fireplace already lit, its flames crackling and casting a comforting glow across the living room. I set my backpack down and sat in one of the armchairs, letting out a long breath. Finally, solitude. The first night was quiet, almost unnaturally so. There was no sound, but the occasional creak of the cabin settling and the distant whistle of wind through the trees. I made a simple dinner, a bowl of soup, and sat by the fireplace with a book. Occasionally, I would glance out the window at the dark forest beyond, feeling an odd mix of awe and unease. The isolation was supposed to be peaceful, but there was something about the way the shadows moved that made me feel watched. I told myself it was nothing, that it was just my imagination. But sleep didn't come easily. Around 3 a.m, I woke to a faint noise outside, like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. My heart jumped. I lay in bed listening, straining to hear through the thick walls. The noise stopped almost immediately, but the silence that followed felt heavier, almost deliberate. I convinced myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a fox wandering too close to the cabin. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was out there. The next day, I tried to push the fear out of my mind. I made coffee, walked through the snow-covered trail behind the cabin, and tried to enjoy the winter landscape. The sun reflected off the snow in blinding bursts of white, and for a while, it worked. I felt relaxed again, almost normal. But as evening approached, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the snow leading up to the cabin. Only one set, larger than mine, partially covered by the fresh snowfall, but unmistakable. They weren't mine. I froze, staring at them, my stomach knotting. The trail didn't continue past the cabin. It ended at the steps, as if whoever, or whatever, had stopped there. I scanned the trees, half expecting to see someone staring at me, but there was nothing. I convinced myself again it must have been someone who had passed by earlier in the day, maybe a hiker or a local checking the trails. But deep down, I knew this cabin was far off the beaten path, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. That night, the noises outside returned, louder and more deliberate. There were thumps against the walls, like someone was rapping their knuckles slowly, almost rhythmically. I stayed awake, flashlight in hand, listening. I could hear the sound of snow shifting, someone, or something, walking around the perimeter of the cabin. At one point, I thought I heard a faint voice whisper my name. I told myself it was the wind. It had to be. But the whispering grew more insistent, more human, until I could no longer convince myself it was natural. I couldn't stay inside. I grabbed my coat and flashlight and stepped out into the snow, heart hammering in my chest. The air was icy, biting my cheeks, and the night was so dark I could barely see beyond the reach of my flashlight. I circled the cabin, shining the light over the snow. There were no footprints, no sign that anyone had been there except for the ones I had seen earlier. But then I noticed something odd. The door to the small wood shed at the back of the cabin was open, even though I was certain I had locked it earlier. My hands trembled as I closed it and bolted the latch, telling myself I was imagining things, that maybe I had forgotten to lock it. I tried to sleep again, though I barely closed my eyes before the sounds started anew. This time, there were knocks on the walls, scratches on the wooden siding, and occasional thuds inside the cabin, like someone moving furniture in another room. I sat in the living room, knees pulled to my chest, flashlight in one hand, a heavy kitchen knife in the other. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind, set my nerves on edge. Hours passed. Dawn eventually came, and the snow outside was blindingly white and silent. The following day, I decided I needed to leave. I packed quickly, my hands shaking, and loaded my car with my belongings. As I walked toward the road, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, quick and light in the snow. I turned abruptly, but there was no one there, just the forest, cold and empty. I kept moving, trying not to look back. The isolation that had felt so liberating when I arrived now felt like a trap. I finally reached my car and got in, shivering and exhausted. As I started the engine, I caught a movement in the rearview mirror. Just for a second, a shadow at the edge of the clearing, standing perfectly still. I blinked, and it was gone. My pulse raced as I drove down the winding road, the snow muffling the sound of the tires on the asphalt. When I got home, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was a combination of exhaustion, isolation, and too much caffeine. Maybe someone had been playing a prank, though I couldn't think of anyone who would go to such lengths. I told a friend about it, trying to laugh it off, but even now, I feel that same tightening in my chest when I think about the cabin. The sense that something was out there, waiting, watching. Weeks later, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I found myself looking at maps of the area, reading online forums about the cabins in that region. That's when I discovered the stories. People who had gone missing in the woods, cabins broken into, strange sightings of figures in the trees. Some mentioned footprints that disappeared in the snow, whispering voices in the night, doors opening on their own. I hadn't been alone at that cabin, not really. I've never gone back, and I never will. Even now, when it snows, I feel a shiver run down my spine, imagining those footprints in the snow, the whisper of a name in the darkness. The isolation that once promised peace now feels like a warning. There are places meant to be left alone, and cabins in the deep woods are one of them. Because sometimes, when you're truly alone, you aren't alone at all. Story the end. The snow had been falling steadily for hours, thick flakes muffling the sound of the forest outside. I had driven nearly 6 hours from my apartment in Denver to reach the secluded cabin I'd rented for the weekend. My plan had been simple: disconnect from everything, get some writing done, and enjoy the solitude. I had a small stack of notebooks, my laptop, and enough food to last the weekend. The forest around the cabin was silent, except for the occasional crack of a branch snapping under the weight of snow. When I arrived, the cabin looked even more isolated than it had in the pictures online. A narrow trail led to it, barely wide enough for a single car, and the surrounding pines were heavy with snow. I parked, unloaded my things, and stepped inside, the warmth of the small wood stove hitting me instantly. I made myself a cup of instant coffee and settled in at the table by the window, staring out at the dense forest. By late afternoon, the snowstorm had intensified. The road back had disappeared under a white blanket, and I realized I was effectively trapped until the storm passed. I told myself it was fine. After all, I'd planned for isolation. But as darkness fell, I noticed how quiet the cabin was. Too quiet. I had the sense of being watched, though logically I knew there was no one else for miles. I tried to shake it off and focused on writing. The first hour passed without incident. Then, around 9 p.m., I heard it. A faint scraping noise coming from outside. I froze, listening. The sound was deliberate, slow, and metallic, like someone dragging a crowbar across wood. I grabbed the flashlight and went to the door, hesitating as the beam of light cut through the snowstorm. The snow was deep, fresh, and untouched except for my own tire tracks. There was no one out there. I convinced myself it was the wind, or maybe a branch falling against the side of the cabin. I returned inside and locked the door, trying to focus on my laptop again. The storm raged outside, gusts shaking the old frame of the cabin. I poured another cup of coffee and attempted to immerse myself in my work, but the scratching noises returned. This time they were closer, at the windows. I moved cautiously to look outside, shining the flashlight around, but saw nothing. No footprints. No movement. Just snow swirling in the beam of light. I told myself I was imagining it, that being alone in the cabin was playing tricks on my mind. I kept hearing small noises, taps, scuffs, and the occasional thud. Each time I'd pause and hold my breath, straining to hear. The cabin's isolation had turned from peaceful to oppressive. Around midnight I heard it again, louder this time, coming from the back of the cabin. My first instinct was to call someone, but my phone had no signal. Panic prickled at the back of my neck as I remembered the emergency contacts I had left with my sister. She wouldn't be able to reach me anyway. I grabbed the largest kitchen knife I could find and crept toward the back door. The snow outside was pristine, and the forest looked empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I stood there for what felt like hours, my hands trembling, waiting for something to appear. Nothing did. I tried to convince myself to go back to bed, that I needed rest for the hike I planned tomorrow. As I turned away from the door, I noticed something on the floor near the window, a small smear of mud that hadn't been there before. My stomach dropped. There were tracks outside, faint, leading toward the woods. They were human. My mind raced. I wasn't supposed to see anyone. No one knew I was here. My fingers shook as I checked the locks and closed every curtain in the cabin. I tried to rationalize. Maybe another hiker had wandered off the trail, but that seemed unlikely. The nearest cabin was miles away. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, made my heart leap. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again, a low, deliberate tapping at the window. Not the small noises from earlier, but something methodical. I froze. The flashlight I held in my shaking hand cut a path across the glass. At first, I thought I saw a shadow move, then a face. A pale, distorted face pressed briefly against the window before disappearing into the night. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the knife. My pulse raced. My breath came in short bursts. I wanted to scream, but fear held me silent. I locked all doors again, but every shadow seemed to shift with menace. I thought about running to my car, but I knew the snowstorm would make that impossible. My only option was to stay inside and hope the figure didn't return. Hours passed. I didn't sleep. I stayed in the living room, knife in hand, flashlight scanning the room and outside every few minutes. The storm outside seemed endless, the darkness absolute, and the sense of being watched never left me. Just before dawn, I thought I heard footsteps inside the cabin, soft, deliberate, coming from the kitchen. I froze, straining to hear. The storm had died down outside, replaced by an eerie stillness that made every sound inside the cabin echo. I gripped the knife and crept toward the kitchen. The air smelled faintly of wood smoke, though the stove was cold. I saw nothing, but then I noticed something on the floor. Another smear, this time of what looked like blood. My stomach churned, my mind racing through every worst-case scenario. I wanted to leave, to escape, but I had no car keys. I had locked them inside my backpack in the bedroom. The hours dragged on. By mid-morning, the snowstorm had subsided, leaving a blinding white world outside. I dared to look out a window again. My heart stopped. There were footprints leading from the woods to the cabin door, circling around it and then disappearing into the forest. Not mine. Not anyone I had seen before. I felt a cold wave of realization. I had been watched the entire night, and the intruder had been around the cabin while I was inside. At that moment, the isolation, the silence, the snow, everything felt like a trap. I tried to call for help again. No signal. I knew I had to move. I packed my essentials and, knife in hand, prepared to leave the cabin. The footprints were still visible in the snow, circling back and forth as if someone was waiting for me to make a move. I stepped outside cautiously, heart hammering. The forest was still, the trees heavy with snow, and I could see no one. I moved quickly toward my car, ignoring the burning cold in my legs. The tire tracks I had made the previous day were now almost completely covered by fresh snow. I had no choice but to follow the tracks back to the main road, hoping it would lead me somewhere. Halfway down the trail, I heard it again, a low, almost human-like whistle coming from the trees. I froze. The sound moved with me, following, staying just out of view. My pace quickened, snow crunching underfoot. The whistle turned into a rustle, then snapping branches. I dared not look back, fearing what I might see. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but adrenaline pushed me forward. When I finally reached my car, I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking violently. I started the engine and slammed the doors locked. As I drove back down the trail, I glanced in the rearview mirror. At the edge of the tree line, I thought I saw a figure standing there, watching me leave, impossibly still despite the snow. It took hours to reach the highway. When I finally saw another car, I pulled over, breathless, and told the driver what had happened. They looked at me with skepticism, but agreed to report the cabin to the local authorities. When I later returned with a ranger, the cabin was empty. No signs of forced entry, no traces of anyone having been inside, and except for the footprints in the snow leading back into the forest. The ranger told me it was likely just an animal, but the footprints were human, I insisted, and the scratches on the windows, the tapping, the whistling in the trees. He gave me a polite, dismissive smile. I never went back to that cabin. I haven't stayed alone in the mountains since. But sometimes when I'm at home in Denver, late at night, I hear a scratching at the window, faint but deliberate, and a low whistle drifting through the silence. I know it's not the wind. I know it's not my imagination. I know someone or something has been waiting and maybe still is. Story the end. The cabin had been in my family for generations, tucked away in the dense woods of northern Minnesota, far enough from any road to feel like a different world. I hadn't planned to come alone. Usually my cousins or friends made the trip with me, but this year everyone had excuses: work, school, or just life. It was supposed to be a quiet week of hiking, reading, and unwinding. I had packed everything meticulously: food, extra blankets, a first aid kit, and even a gas-powered generator in case the power lines failed. I drove up late Friday afternoon, the gravel road crunching beneath my tires, my headlights cutting through the early dusk as pine trees towered on either side. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, that sharp, clean scent that makes you feel alive. The cabin looked exactly the same as always: red painted walls, white trim, the little stone chimney that puffed occasional smoke in the winter. I unloaded the car and carried the bags inside, relishing the silence that seemed to stretch for miles. The house had electricity, running water, and even internet, though barely, enough to check messages if I needed. I set up my sleeping bag near the fireplace, planning to spend the night reading and listening to the crackle of the logs. I had a list of trails to explore in the morning. Nothing strenuous, just enough to stretch my legs and maybe see some wildlife. By the second night, something felt different. I had spent the day hiking alone, spotting a pair of deer grazing near the creek, birds flitting through the trees, the usual serenity of the woods. But after dinner, when the sun had fully set and the shadows swallowed the edges of the cabin, I noticed small things, subtle, almost dismissible. A floorboard creaked upstairs, though no one was there. My dog, a mutt named Baxter who had come reluctantly along, growled at the corner of the living room, ears flat, hackles raised. I shrugged it off, blaming my imagination and the cabin settling. I fell asleep eventually, though fitfully. Around 2:17 a.m., I woke to the sound of something tapping against the window. A light, deliberate knocking. My heart thudded, slow and steady, and I stayed frozen, listening. Nothing moved outside, but the sound persisted for a few seconds before stopping entirely. I convinced myself it was a branch blown by wind and tried to fall back asleep. The next day, I explored deeper trails. By mid-afternoon, I realized I had wandered farther than I intended. The woods here were dense, the paths twisting, the moss and fallen leaves muffling my steps. I didn't panic, but I made a mental note to head back. When I returned, the cabin seemed different. I couldn't place it at first. Nothing was out of place, no broken doors, no missing items. But then I noticed the faint smell of smoke that wasn't from the fireplace, lingering in corners, subtle yet unmistakable. That night, the noises returned. A thump upstairs, then a dragging sound across the floorboards, followed by quiet footsteps. I sat bolt upright in bed, staring into the dark. Baxter whimpered and pressed against my leg. I grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the stairs, heart hammering, mind racing with rational explanations. Maybe a raccoon got in the attic. Maybe the wind caused something to shift. I reached the top step and shone the light down the hallway. Nothing. Just shadows, the same furniture, the same quiet. I went back downstairs, telling myself I was tired, overworked, imagining things. By the third night, fear was a constant undercurrent. I started hearing whispers. At first, I thought it was the wind through the cracks in the walls. Then I realized the words weren't random. They were murmured syllables, almost forming sentences, yet just beyond comprehension. I tried to record them on my phone, but whenever I played it back, the sounds vanished. Baxter refused to leave my side, following me from room to room, growling low in his throat. I tried to rationalize it. I read about cabin fever, isolation-induced hallucinations, even hypnagogic sounds that occur when sleep-deprived. I was alone, yes, but not crazy. I reminded myself constantly, rational explanations exist. but the feeling of being watched, the sense that someone or something was moving just out of the corner of my vision, was relentless. Around midnight, I heard it again, a knock on the door. Slow, deliberate. I froze. The cabin's door was sturdy, reinforced with an old lock my grandfather had installed years ago. I called out, "Who's there?" No answer. The knocking continued, slow and rhythmic. I grabbed my baseball bat, creeping to the door, flashlight trembling in my other hand. My hand touched the doorknob, cold, icy cold, as if something had been lurking just beneath the surface. The knocking stopped. Silence. My pulse thudded in my ears. I opened the door slowly. Nothing. The night was still, windless, and the woods stretched endlessly. The next morning, I discovered something I hadn't noticed before. On the front porch, footprints, small, narrow, unlike mine or Baxter's. They circled the porch, pressed in the dew, and then vanished into the woods. I called out, but no response. My logical mind screamed that this was impossible. How could anyone have approached without me seeing? But the prints were there. Undeniable. That afternoon, I tried to distract myself. I started cleaning, organizing firewood, chopping logs. Every sound in the woods seemed amplified. Birds cried, leaves rustled, twigs snapped. Baxter growled constantly, his hackles high, eyes darting into the trees. Around 5 p.m. I heard it. Laughter. Low, guttural, human. Not a joke or a chuckle, but cruel, mocking. It echoed through the trees, and then silence. I didn't move, I just listened, hoping I had imagined it. But Baxter bolted toward the back of the cabin, barking fiercely, growling, teeth bared. I decided to sleep with the doors locked that night, barricading the cabin as best as I could. I didn't leave the bedroom. Hours crawled by, the clock ticking loud in the darkness, and then the sound came from inside the cabin. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving across the living room. I held my breath. They paused beneath my bedroom door. A scraping noise, soft, deliberate. I gripped the bat, then silence. At dawn, I mustered courage to leave the bedroom. The living room was empty. Nothing seemed out of place except one small detail. On the kitchen table, a single wet footprint. Human-sized, small, smeared in what looked like dew or condensation. It hadn't been there the night before. Panic settled in. I packed my car in record time, Baxter whining at my side. I wanted to leave, but the forest seemed endless, the gravel road winding away like a trick. Just as I reached the car, I heard it again. A soft, almost gentle whisper in my ear. "Don't go." I spun around. Nothing. Heart pounding, I started the engine, tires skidding slightly on the gravel, and drove without looking back. The rest of the drive was uneventful, though I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting shadows that weren't there. When I reached the nearest town, I felt a fleeting sense of safety, like emerging from a fog. But that night, in my own bed, I heard it. The faintest scraping on my window, soft and deliberate. Baxter growled, ears flat. I didn't sleep. Weeks later, I returned to check on the cabin. The front porch was pristine, untouched, as if no one had been there. No footprints, no signs of intrusion. I tried to convince myself it had been my imagination, stress, isolation, but the smell lingered. Smoke, faint and acrid, wherever I went in the cabin. And every time I closed my eyes at night, I could hear the whispers. Always just at the edge of comprehension, always close enough to make my skin crawl. I never stayed alone again. Story the end. The air was sharp when I arrived at the cabin, the kind of cold that gnawed at the skin even through thick layers. The winding road leading up to it had been nearly swallowed by overgrown brush, and the map on my phone barely made sense as the GPS signal flickered on and off. I had rented this small rustic cabin in the mountains to get away from everything, emails, calls, people. Just me and silence. The cabin was everything the listing promised. A small log structure with a wood-burning stove, a narrow porch overlooking a dense forest, and an old-fashioned key that turned in a lock with a satisfying click. I unpacked quickly, stacking my groceries and clothes neatly on the counter and in the small closet, trying to convince myself that being alone would be comforting. That first night, I made a fire in the stove and sat on the couch with a mug of coffee, listening to the wind push through the trees outside. Everything was calm. Too calm. It was the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of the smallest sounds, the creak of the floorboards, the distant snap of a branch, the whisper of wind against the windows. I shook my head and laughed quietly at myself. Of course, this was the wilderness. Around midnight, I was startled awake by a noise outside, a rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on the porch railing. My heart jumped and I froze, listening. Another knock. I told myself it was probably a branch blown against the wood, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I got up and peered through the window. Nothing. Just the dark, thick forest. I tried to convince myself that I was imagining things, that the isolation had already started playing tricks on my mind. The next morning, I tried to shake off the anxiety with a long hike. The forest was beautiful, almost hypnotic, with the sun filtering through the canopy in golden beams. I told myself that nature had a way of calming nerves, that fresh air and exercise would erase the fear from last night. But the further I walked, the more I felt eyes on me, even though no one was around. Every rustle in the underbrush made me tense. By the time I returned to the cabin, I felt drained. Inside, I noticed the door to the small basement slightly ajar, though I was sure I had closed it. And the basement had been locked when I first arrived, and I didn't even plan to go down there. It was cold, dark, and smelled faintly of mildew. My stomach tightened as I debated whether I should look. Finally, I convinced myself it must have swung open with the wind, and I ignored it. That night, the tapping returned, louder, closer, as if someone was circling the cabin. I sat in the middle of the living room with the lights on, telling myself that whoever or whatever it was, I was safe inside. My phone had no signal, no way to call for help. I tried to distract myself by watching an old movie I had downloaded, but every shadow in the corners of the room seemed alive. The taps continued, steady, patient. I finally worked up the courage to go outside. The porch felt unnaturally cold, and the woods pressed close to the cabin, almost like they were holding their breath. I circled the house, flashlight in hand. Nothing, just the forest and the occasional flutter of a bird taking off into the trees. When I returned inside, I found muddy footprints near the back door. They weren't mine. They led into the woods and stopped abruptly. Fear took hold that night. I stayed awake until sunrise, clutching a kitchen knife and listening to every sound, convinced someone had followed me from the road, someone waiting for me in the dark. When morning came, I forced myself to eat breakfast, telling myself it was just a prank, maybe some teenagers sneaking around. But the unease didn't leave. The following day, I tried to leave the cabin and return to civilization. As I started the car, I noticed the tires had been tampered with, small nails driven into the treads. Panic hit like ice water. Someone didn't want me to leave. I ran back inside, locking the doors, and checked every window. Everything was intact except for the basement door, which was now wide open. I didn't dare go down there. That night, the sounds escalated. It wasn't just tapping anymore. Low, guttural whispers echoed around the cabin, coming from every direction at once. I pressed my back against the wall, knife in hand, trying to convince myself that it was my imagination, my isolation, making me lose touch with reality. But then I heard footsteps upstairs. I live alone in an apartment in the city, and I know what an empty house sounds like. I know that this cabin was not empty. I considered sleeping in the car, but fear made me feel trapped. If someone or something was out there, the cabin's walls might offer some protection. I sat in the corner of the living room, clutching a blanket, listening. The whispers grew into words I couldn't quite understand. The taps became pounding, like someone hitting every surface at once. Then the basement door slammed shut. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed by fear, until the noises stopped. When I finally worked up the courage to check, the door was open again. This time, I could see the faint outline of stairs descending into pitch-black darkness. Against every instinct, I stepped closer, gripping my knife tighter. The smell hit me first, a sour, earthy stench that made my stomach turn. I shone my flashlight down the steps and froze. There were marks on the walls, scratched deep and jagged, like someone or something had clawed its way out of the basement. The floor at the bottom was damp, with streaks of what looked like blood leading into the shadows. I wanted to run, but curiosity, or maybe the need to confront the reality of the horror, made me descend slowly. The air grew colder with each step. Halfway down, I noticed something carved into the wall, words smeared in a dark substance. I couldn't read them fully, but the letters I could make out said, "Stay forever." My heart hammered in my chest. I spun around, almost tripping, and ran back to the cabin. The words haunted me, burned into my mind. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Every sound made me flinch. I kept my flashlight in hand, listening to the whispers that had returned, closer now, almost at the windows. I realized they weren't just outside, they were in the walls. The cabin itself seemed alive, breathing around me, pressing me into fear. I started hearing movement behind every door in every corner. The final incident came just before dawn. I woke to the feeling of someone, or something, watching me from the corner of the living room. My flashlight lay on the floor, thrown by some invisible force. The whispers became screams, echoing, overlapping. Then I saw it, a shadow, humanoid but distorted, standing by the basement door, its eyes glinting like black pits. I screamed, ran to the front door, but it wouldn't budge. The back door, too. Every window locked, every exit sealed by some unseen hand. I had no choice but to retreat into the farthest corner of the cabin, knife trembling in my grip. The shadow approached slowly, its form shifting and twisting as though the darkness itself had taken shape. I remember thinking that my time had ended there, alone in this cabin, with whatever lived in the walls and the basement. I don't know how I survived. I only know that when I woke, the shadow was gone, the whispers had faded, and the basement door was shut. My car tires were intact, no signs of the previous sabotage. The forest looked serene, almost normal in the daylight, as if nothing had happened. I packed quickly and left, driving down the mountain with the engine screaming, not daring to look back. But even now, months later, I can't shake the feeling that it's still there. The memory of that basement, the words carved into the walls, the shape in the corner, they haunt me. I avoid being alone. I never go back to the woods, and yet sometimes late at night, I swear I hear the tapping on the window, the whispering just beyond my bedroom door. Some part of me knows that if I had stayed one more night, it wouldn't have let me leave. And I know now that the forest remembers me. It watches, it waits, and maybe one day it will claim me again. Story the end. The wind had been picking up all afternoon, rattling the windows of the small cabin I had rented for the weekend. It was tucked deep in the woods of northern Michigan, far enough from the road that cell service was spotty at best, and far enough from anyone else that I didn't see another soul as I drove up the winding dirt path. I'd been looking forward to this trip for months, just me, some peace, and a stack of books I had been meaning to read. I never thought much about isolation. In fact, I thrived on it. But as soon as I stepped inside, something about the cabin felt off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on at first. The place was clean, the furniture simple but functional, and the wood stove smelled faintly of cedar. Still, there was a heaviness to the air, like the shadows themselves were waiting. I shrugged it off and began unpacking my things, placing the books on the small shelf by the window and setting up a few candles for the evening. By the time night fell, the wind had grown stronger. It whistled through the cracks in the log walls and shook the thin curtains. I made a small fire in the stove and settled into a chair with a mug of coffee, the light from the flames flickering across the room. That's when I first heard it, the soft, almost inaudible sound of someone, or something, scraping along the side of the cabin. I froze. My heart started racing. It's probably just a branch, I muttered to myself, though the sound didn't match the pattern of the trees outside. This was deliberate, slow, methodical. I got up and walked cautiously to the window, peeking out through the curtain. The yard was empty. Nothing stirred except the trees bending in the wind. I laughed nervously and tried to convince myself I was imagining things. But the sound came again, louder this time, closer to the back of the cabin. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, my boots crunching on the frosty grass. The beam of light swept across the yard, landing on nothing. I walked the perimeter once, shining the light into the darkness, but found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. My pulse slowed, but the unease remained. I locked the doors, double-checked the windows, and went back inside. To distract myself, I tried to read, but my eyes kept flicking to the shadows in the corners of the room. Around midnight, the power went out. The cabin's lights flickered once and then died, leaving me in near total darkness except for the weak glow of the fire. I pulled a candle from the kitchen shelf and lit it, placing it on the table. That's when I heard the whisper. It was faint, barely audible, but I could make out a single word. Hello. I froze again. Who's there? I called out, my voice shaking more than I wanted to admit. No response. Just the wind. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe the wind had carried some sound from the woods. But then I heard it again, closer this time, coming from the kitchen. The whisper was sharper, more insistent. Hello. I grabbed a baseball bat from the corner, a silly impulse, like I knew, and crept toward the kitchen. Every step felt like it was being watched. The candle flickered as I moved, casting long, twisting shadows on the walls. When I got to the doorway, the kitchen was empty. The cupboards were closed, the countertops clear. Nothing. I told myself to calm down. I was alone. There was no one here. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. I returned to the living room, sat down, and tried to focus on my breathing. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. It was hard to tell. The wind had died down, leaving the cabin eerily silent. Then I heard it, the footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving across the floor above me. The cabin only had one story, but I could hear them on the attic hatch, pacing back and forth. I stood frozen, listening. The hatch creaked slightly as if something heavy was pressing against it. I realized with a jolt that I hadn't even considered whether the cabin had an attic ladder. I had no idea how anyone could have gotten up there. I called out again, my voice higher this time. "Who's there?" Silence. Then a faint tapping began at the front door, rhythmic and steady. I grabbed the flashlight and shined it at the window, expecting to see some animal. Instead, I saw footprints in the frost, large human, circling the cabin. There was no way to know how long they had been there, but they weren't mine. Panic set in. I ran to the bedroom, locked the door, and called 911. No signal. My phone was dead. Somehow, in this remote cabin, I had absolutely no connection. I was trapped. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that the rational explanation was that I had misheard things, that the sounds were just the wind and my nerves. But the scratching started again, this time at the bedroom door. Long, deliberate scratches moving across the wood. My heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. I remembered the small window in the bedroom, high up on the wall. I climbed onto the dresser, trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I wasn't sure if it was locked or just stuck. I grabbed the bat, my only defense, and backed into the corner. The scratching stopped. The silence was worse. Then a voice, clear, whispering right next to me. "Don't be afraid." I swung the bat blindly toward the sound, hitting nothing but air. My eyes darted around the room, straining to see anything in the candlelight. The shadows seemed to pulse, stretch, and twist like living things. I don't know how long I stayed like that, clutching the bat, trembling. When I finally dared to peek toward the door, the scratches had left, but in their place were new marks, tiny hand-shaped impressions smeared along the wood as if someone had pressed their hands into the surface. I ran to the living room, thinking maybe if I left the bedroom, I could escape through the back door, but the door wouldn't open. The handle rattled in my hand, but it was stuck, immovable. My mind raced. I had no way out, no way to call for help. Then I saw movement in the corner of the living room. Something dark, low to the ground, darting between shadows. I screamed and swung the bat, but it was gone before it hit anything. The fire in the stove flared up suddenly, and for a brief second I saw the figure, a silhouette, thin and distorted, hunched over with glowing eyes. Then it was gone. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner, barely daring to breathe. Morning came, weak and gray. The cabin seemed calm, almost normal in the light. I crept to the front door, cautiously opening it. The yard was empty. No footprints, no signs of anyone having been there. Just the trees, swaying gently in the wind. I didn't sleep that night. I packed my things and left the cabin as fast as I could, vowing never to return. On the drive back, I told myself it had been my imagination, stress, isolation, and exhaustion playing tricks on me. But even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of the whispers, the scratches, and those glowing eyes in the dark. I never stayed alone in a cabin again. Even in daylight, I feel that weight of being watched. Sometimes when I'm home, I swear I hear faint scratches on my walls. And sometimes in the silence, I hear a whisper. Hello. Story the end. The forest had been quiet when I arrived. The kind of quiet that presses against your ears and makes every crack of a branch feel like a gunshot. I parked my car on the gravel driveway and stared at the cabin. It was small, made of weathered pine logs that had turned gray over the years, with a narrow porch that sagged in the middle. The place looked abandoned, exactly what I wanted. I needed to get away from everyone, away from phones, emails, the endless noise of city life. I had a week to myself, alone in the middle of nowhere. The first night, I lit a fire in the fireplace, listening to the logs snap and hiss. I unpacked my bag and spread out my supplies: food, water, a first aid kit, and some old camping gear. The electricity was spotty, powered by a small generator that hummed when I flipped the switch, and the cabin had one bathroom, a small kitchen, and a loft bedroom. I felt a thrill walking around the cabin alone. No one was here to bother me. The isolation was liberating, or so I thought. By the second night, I realized I could hear the wind differently out here. In the city, the wind is a dull background noise, but here it moved through the trees with intention. Sometimes it sounded like someone whispering just beyond the tree line. I told myself it was my imagination. The woods were thick. Deer and raccoons rustled through the undergrowth. I had grown up camping, and I knew better than to let my mind wander. Still, I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, a habit that felt increasingly necessary. On the third night, I heard something outside that made my stomach tighten. It was a footstep, heavy, deliberate, on the gravel near the cabin. I froze, listening. Then another. They weren't fast. They were slow, dragging slightly. My rational mind told me it was probably an animal, but the pattern was wrong. I had learned to recognize animal sounds, and this was different. It was methodical, like someone was pacing. I grabbed the flashlight and went to the window, but the beam of light hit only trees. Nothing moved. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching. I tried to sleep that night, but every snap of a branch, every whisper of wind made me jump. At one point, I thought I heard breathing outside the loft window. The cabin was supposed to be secure. I had double-checked. I got out of bed and crept down the stairs, each step creaking loudly. The flashlight's beam swept across the porch. Empty. Nothing. Just the wind, I told myself. Just the wind. By the fourth day, I started noticing small things. A log I had stacked by the fireplace was out of place. A chair I had tucked under the table was turned slightly, as if someone had leaned on it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had moved it and forgotten. Maybe the cat I didn't have had been in my imagination. But the unease was growing. That night, I set the knife from my bag on the kitchen counter, just in case. I couldn't shake the feeling I wasn't alone. The fifth day, I went to collect water from the small stream a quarter-mile from the cabin. The path was overgrown, but I had a map and a compass. Halfway there, I felt eyes on me. I froze. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I looked around. Nothing. Just the trees. The sensation didn't leave, not even when I returned to the cabin. That night, I heard whispering, low, muffled, almost imperceptible. At first, I thought it was the wind through the logs, but then I realized it was forming words. My name. Alex. It carried across the porch and through the cracks in the walls. I pressed my hands to my ears, telling myself it couldn't be real. Sleep was impossible. By the sixth night, I was terrified to leave the cabin, yet I couldn't stay put. Every shadow in the room seemed alive. I started keeping the flashlight on constantly, sweeping the corners of the cabin. At one point, I saw a figure in the loft, a man, tall, leaning against the railing. I blinked. Gone. The rational part of my brain screamed that it was a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the flickering fireplace, but another part knew it wasn't. Someone, or something, had been there. I tried calling for help. My cell phone had no signal, and the generator didn't power the landline. I considered hiking out, but the thought of leaving and possibly encountering the presence outside made my stomach turn. So I stayed, barricading the door and windows with whatever I could find: chairs, planks, even the table from the kitchen. Every creak, every gust of wind made me jump. I barely ate. I barely slept. On the seventh day, the whispers became clearer. They weren't just my name, they were instructions. Come outside, come play, don't hide. I could feel a presence in the cabin, moving just out of sight. The air grew colder, my breath fogging inside the room, even though the heater was on. I felt hands brush against my shoulders, but when I spun around, no one was there. I considered leaving, even running, but the woods seemed endless and menacing. Something about it told me if I stepped outside, I might not return. By the eighth day, I was hallucinating. I saw shadows move along the walls, even when the flashlight was pointed directly at them. I thought I heard my own voice whispering back at me. I tried to leave, but the cabin seemed to shift. Doors I had blocked now stood wide open. The windows looked taller, narrower, almost impossibly so. The path to the stream was gone, replaced by thick undergrowth I didn't remember. I realized I couldn't trust my senses anymore. I started writing everything down, trying to make sense of it. My notebook filled with frantic, jagged lines, sounds, shadows, whispers, figures. The pages were smeared with sweat and maybe tears. I didn't know anymore. Every time I wrote my name, it seemed to echo in the cabin. Alex, Alex, as if the walls themselves were speaking. On the 9th night, the figure appeared again, this time in the kitchen. I was sitting at the table, notebook in hand, and I saw him clearly. Tall, thin, wearing an old coat, face pale, eyes hollow. He didn't move, just watched. I screamed, but no sound came out. I tried to grab the knife, but it was gone, vanished. The figure stepped closer. I backed away, tripping over the chair I had dragged earlier to block the door. The figure followed, relentless. I ran to the stairs, tripping and falling, scraping my knees and hands on the rough wood. I reached the loft, heart hammering, and slammed the door behind me. The figure didn't come up. It didn't need to. I could feel it waiting, listening. I spent the night in the loft, huddled under a blanket, flashlight in hand. Every hour, the whispers returned, louder, angrier. Come down. We're waiting. My mind was unraveling. I realized then that whatever this was, it fed on fear. The more I panicked, the stronger it became. I had to remain calm, but calm felt impossible. The 10th day, I decided to leave. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my bag hastily, leaving some of my supplies behind. I kept my eyes on the shadows, on the corners, convinced that the figure would appear at any second. I opened the door and froze. The forest looked different. The trees were twisted, their trunks bending in unnatural angles. The path was overgrown, unfamiliar. I started walking anyway, trying to remember the way back. Every step felt heavier, like the earth itself was resisting me. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. Time had no meaning anymore. The whispers followed me, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind. I thought I saw figures in the trees, watching. I ran when I could, slowed when I couldn't. Finally, I reached the gravel driveway and my car. Relief washed over me. I jumped in, turned the key, but the engine wouldn't start. I slammed my hands on the wheel. Then I saw it, reflected in the rearview mirror. The tall figure, standing at the edge of the forest, staring at me. It didn't move, but I knew it was watching. I couldn't leave. Not yet. I spent the night in the car, shaking, listening to the whispers fade as the sun rose. The figure was gone in the daylight. I tried the engine again, and this time it started. I drove away, eyes constantly on the forest. Behind me, the cabin sat in silence. When I reached the main road, I realized I hadn't seen another car, another person, not one human being for 10 days. Just the cabin and whatever had been inside it. I never returned. I sold the property quickly, without telling anyone why. But sometimes at night I can still hear it, the whispers calling my name from somewhere far away. Sometimes I dream of the cabin, the shadows, the figure waiting on the porch. I don't know if it was real or if I imagined it, but I know one thing. When you're alone in the woods, you aren't always alone. Story the end. The air smelled like damp pine as I pulled my old Subaru into the gravel driveway. The cabin sat at the edge of a dense forest in northern Vermont, its wooden frame weathered to a dull gray by years of snow and rain. I had rented it for a solo weekend getaway, an attempt to escape the chaos of New York City and the lingering weight of my own thoughts. The forest was quiet, the kind of silence that presses against your ears until every small sound seems amplified. My footsteps crunched over the gravel as I unlocked the cabin door, the hinges creaking in protest. Inside, the air was cooler, faintly musty, carrying the scent of wood and mothballs. Dust motes drifted lazily in the golden light streaming through the window. I dropped my bag and flicked on the lights. Electricity was intermittent here. The owner had warned me that power surges were common, but I was too tired to care. I explored the cabin slowly. The living room had a sagging sofa, a stone fireplace, and a small stack of firewood. A kitchen was tucked into one corner, equipped with the bare essentials, and a narrow staircase led to a lofted bedroom. The bathroom was cramped, with a small clawfoot tub and a mirror that reflected a tired, pale version of myself. I made a mental note to light the fireplace later. By evening, a storm had rolled in from the northwest. I could hear the wind rattle the thin window panes, the occasional gust sending the door to the porch rattling in its frame. I had built a small fire, and the crackling of the logs was strangely comforting. I sat on the sofa with a mug of instant coffee, scrolling through my phone, though service was spotty. I had expected some isolation, but the quiet began to press on me. Every gust of wind or distant snapping branch made me flinch. Around 10 p.m., I decided to go to bed early. The loft felt smaller in the dark, the slanted ceiling looming over the single mattress. As I lay down, I thought I heard something, a faint tap, like a finger drumming against glass. I froze, straining to listen. The rain was heavy now, lashing against the windows in uneven sheets. Then silence, or at least the kind of silence that comes after a sound you can't quite place. I told myself it was nothing, a branch against the cabin or my imagination. I turned over and tried to sleep, but it didn't come easily. Hours passed in fits and starts, punctuated by odd noises. At around 2 a.m., I woke to the distinct sound of footsteps on the porch, slow, deliberate, heavy. My heart jumped, and I sat upright, listening. The wind howled and the rain pounded, but the footfalls were unmistakable. I grabbed my phone to check the time, realizing the battery was nearly dead. My rational mind tried to convince me it was the wind or perhaps an animal, but the timing was wrong. Animals don't step on wooden planks like that. I told myself to stay calm. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and slowly climbed the stairs. Peering over the railing, I could see the porch door shaking as if someone were leaning against it. I flicked on the flashlight and shined it toward the door. Nothing, just the relentless rain. I tried the doorknob. It was locked. I stayed in the loft, tense, flashlight in hand, listening. The sound of footsteps returned, this time circling the cabin. Tap, 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 like they were pacing. I felt a cold sweat on my back. Hours passed. Morning light was a welcome relief. I made coffee and forced myself to eat some instant oatmeal. The storm had cleared, leaving the forest slick and dripping. I tried to convince myself to explore the perimeter of the cabin, maybe find some rational explanation. As I stepped outside, the gravel driveway was empty, and there were no obvious tracks leading to the cabin. The forest floor was soaked, but nothing disturbed the leaf litter near the porch. I spent the day trying to distract myself, reading, cleaning the cabin a little, chopping some firewood, but the sense of being watched never left me. Every so often, I would glance at the windows and swear I saw a shadow flicker across the glass. By late afternoon, I decided to drive into town for groceries. The Subaru crunched along the narrow dirt road, and I felt relief as the trees gave way to a more familiar landscape. Returning late afternoon, I noticed something odd. The cabin door, which I had locked, was slightly ajar. My stomach dropped. I approached slowly, flashlight in hand. Nothing inside seemed disturbed, at least on first glance. The fire had gone out, my bag untouched. But then I saw it. On the kitchen counter, a single wet footprint. Small, bare, and glistening in the dim light, as if someone had just stepped in from the rain. My pulse surged. I checked the rest of the cabin. Nothing. No sign of forced entry. I tried to call the police, but cell service was still weak. I considered staying in the car overnight, but the idea of leaving the cabin unlocked terrified me. I barricaded the door with a chair and tried to sleep. It was impossible. Every creak of the wood, every sigh of the wind, sounded like movement. At 3 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving from the back porch to the front. I didn't dare move. The doorknob rattled slightly, as though someone was testing it. I held my breath. Then, silence. I spent the next morning inspecting the cabin. Nothing seemed out of place, except for the wet footprint, which had dried overnight. I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe an animal, maybe my imagination. I told myself I was overreacting. That afternoon, I decided to go for a hike in the nearby forest. The trees were dense, their wet branches dripping onto the trail. Birds called out sporadically, the only sound besides my own footsteps. Hours later, I returned to the cabin and found the front door wide open again. This time, I saw more than a single footprint. A trail led from the door into the living room, muddy and wet, ending abruptly near the fireplace. My heart raced. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a heavy cast-iron pan, and walked through the cabin slowly. Nothing. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear anyone, but the sense of being watched was suffocating. I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, leaving most of my things behind. As I got into the Subaru, I glanced back at the cabin. Through the front window, I thought I saw a figure standing just inside, pale and still, almost blending with the shadows. I blinked, and it was gone. The drive back to the main road felt endless. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles whitened. I didn't stop for anything until I reached a gas station in a small town several miles away. My phone finally caught signal. I called the rental company and explained that I couldn't stay at the cabin. They apologized and offered a refund, but the relief I felt was not from that. It was simply being away, leaving that place behind. Even back in my New York apartment, the memory of that cabin lingered. At night, I would wake, convinced I could hear footsteps pacing outside my bedroom window. I told myself it was the city, the usual noises, but sometimes in the dead of night I swore I could smell the damp pine, the faint mustiness of that abandoned cabin, and feel eyes watching me, just beyond the light. Months later, I read online that a man had disappeared in that same forest, not far from the cabin. His last known location was on a hiking trail that cut behind the property. No one knew what happened to him. The story made me shiver. I realized I had been lucky, or perhaps unlucky in a different way. Whatever it was in that forest, it hadn't wanted me, yet. I never went back. The rental company eventually sold the property, and the new owners promised renovations and security. But I know that cabin is still there, hidden behind thick trees, waiting. And sometimes when the wind howls just right and the rain lashes against the window, I still hear the faint tap of footsteps that should not be there. Story the end. The drive up the winding mountain road had been long, but the isolation was exactly what I wanted. I had booked the small cabin online through a website catering to travelers looking for solitude. It was rustic, off the grid, and surrounded by dense forest. The kind of place you went to when you needed to escape to think, or so I thought. The cabin appeared just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees. Its wooden exterior was weathered, the paint peeling in strips, but there was a charm to it. A stone chimney jutted from the roof, and a thin trail of smoke suggested someone had used the fireplace recently. I parked the car, grabbed my duffel bag, and walked up to the door. The lock was old but functional, and with a satisfying click, I stepped inside. The interior smelled faintly of cedar and dust. It was sparse. A small kitchen with a gas stove, a living area with a worn couch, a coffee table, and a wood-burning stove, and a bedroom in the back. A set of shelves lined one wall, filled with books, old photographs, and a few trinkets. I dropped my bag, kicked off my boots, and stretched. Alone. Completely alone. I decided to start a fire in the stove and unpack. The kind of silence here was different, heavy almost, the kind that pressed against your ears. It made me hyper-aware of every creak of the cabin settling, every twig snapping outside. I told myself it was just the house, just the forest, but my chest tightened every time a shadow passed over the window. After supper, a cold sandwich and a bottle of water, I went outside to take a look at the surroundings. The trees were thick and close, the forest floor littered with fallen leaves. The sun had fully set by now, and a full moon cast silver light over the clearing. I stayed out longer than I had planned, watching the way the shadows moved with the wind, listening to the occasional rustle that suggested deer or raccoons. By the time I went back inside, it was almost completely dark. I lit a lantern and sat in the living room, trying to read a book, but my mind wandered. I kept hearing noises, soft, deliberate. I convinced myself it was the wind, the wildlife, the old cabin settling. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching. It wasn't until later that night that I noticed it. I had been half asleep on the couch, the book resting on my chest, when a thump came from upstairs. The bedroom which I had claimed for the night. I froze. My mind raced, trying to reason with itself, the roof settling, maybe a raccoon getting in, a branch hitting the window. Another thump followed, louder this time. I got up, heart hammering, and walked toward the stairs. The flashlight I had brought from the car barely cut through the darkness. I called out, "Hello?" But no one answered, just the echo of my own voice bouncing off the walls. I slowly ascended, each creak of the steps setting my nerves further on edge. The bedroom door was closed. My hand trembled as I reached for the knob. I opened it. The room was empty. Nothing out of place, the bed made neatly as I had left it. But then I noticed it, a small, muddy footprint on the wooden floor near the window. Small, like a child's, but still impossibly out of place. I swallowed hard. There was no one here, I told myself. No one could be here. I must have imagined it. I tried to sleep after that, but every little sound kept me awake. Branches scratching against the roof, the wind shifting the trees, distant calls of animals. Around midnight I heard it. A whisper. Faint, almost inaudible. I sat bolt upright, straining to hear. "Hello?" I whispered back, voice barely above a breath. Silence. Then again, just once, the faintest whisper, closer this time. It wasn't a word I could make out, just a breathy sound, like someone speaking into my ear. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it around the room. Nothing. I left the bedroom, pacing the cabin, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. Maybe the isolation, the long drive, and being alone had made my mind play tricks. I checked the windows. Locked. The doors? Locked. Everything seemed normal, except for the footprints. They hadn't been there before. The next morning, I stayed on edge but tried to rationalize. I went for a walk, thinking the fresh air would help. The forest was beautiful in the daylight, serene. Birds called from the treetops. The cabin looked peaceful, almost inviting, but still a prickling sensation ran up my spine. I felt eyes on me, always. I returned and decided to clean up a bit, maybe make coffee. As I walked past the living room window, I caught movement. There was a figure just at the edge of the tree line, watching. I froze, but when I blinked, it was gone. Heart racing, I slammed the curtains shut. The following night, the disturbances escalated. The whispering returned, now accompanied by faint scratching like nails on wood moving from one end of the cabin to the other. I stayed in the living room with the lantern, too afraid to sleep. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath misting in front of me, though the stove was lit. Then came the banging. Not random, deliberate. 3 knocks on the door, then silence. I didn't move for what felt like hours. When I finally gathered the courage to look through the window, there was nothing. But the snow, I hadn't realized it was snowing, had covered the footprints I had seen the night before. Except now, there were more, leading from the tree line to the cabin door. I called the local sheriff on my cell. Service was patchy, but I managed to get through. I explained the situation, the footprints, the noises. He said someone must be playing a prank. "We're in the middle of nowhere, son," he said. "Probably some kids out messing around." I didn't believe him, but there wasn't much I could do. I locked all the doors and windows and stayed awake, lantern in hand, waiting. At 3:17 a.m., the doorknob rattled. Slow, deliberate. I stood frozen, heart pounding. Whoever it was, they were outside trying the door. The whispering was back, louder now, almost in my ear. I spun around, shining the flashlight toward the door. Nothing. The handle stopped moving. Silence. Too much silence. I decided to leave. Grabbed my keys, my duffel, and ran to the car. The snow had accumulated, making the roads slippery. As I started the engine, I glanced in the rearview mirror. A figure, standing at the edge of the tree line, watching me. Human shape, but impossibly still, black against the snow. I floored it down the mountain road, not daring to look back. The sense of being watched never left, even as I reached the highway, even as I returned to civilization. The cabin was behind me, but the memory of the whispers, the footprints, the watching figure lingered. I never went back. Friends asked why I didn't tell them sooner, why I didn't report it further. I didn't want to. I didn't want anyone else to know the feeling of being truly alone, the sense that you are not alone even when you are. The cabin was out there somewhere, waiting. Months later, I found myself browsing online, curiosity gnawing at me. The cabin listing had been taken down. No reviews, no address, no records, just a blank page where it once had been. I told myself it didn't matter, it was over. But late at night, when the wind shifts and shadows stretch across the walls of my apartment, I swear I hear a soft whisper just beyond the door. Story the end. I drove north that Friday afternoon, the highway stretching thin through endless pines, and the kind of hills that seem to rise and fall just to keep you guessing. The GPS had warned me, destination is on a private road. Proceed with caution. But I didn't feel concerned. I'd rented the cabin for a week, mostly to get away from work, my apartment, the constant buzz of New York City, and maybe, if I was honest, myself. The drive had been long, tires humming on asphalt and the scent of winter creeping into the air, a dry pine smell that was both sweet and sharp. The cabin itself wasn't hard to miss, though the road leading up to it narrowed to almost a single lane, flanked by dense woods. It was older than I expected, a square wooden structure with a metal roof and a stone chimney. From the outside, it looked abandoned, but I had the keys in my hand and a small note from the owner about heating, water, and not feeding the raccoons. The front door groaned when I opened it, the sound echoing unnaturally in the empty cabin. I dropped my bag and walked through, turning on lights here and there, testing the taps, the stove, the little wood-burning fireplace. Everything seemed in order. The first night was uneventful. I had brought a stack of novels and a few beers. Outside, the wind rattled the windows lightly, and I could hear the distant snap of branches, probably deer or some other woodland animal. I stayed awake longer than usual, finishing a book, listening to the silence. Eventually, sleep claimed me, though I dreamed of eyes staring from the trees, bright and unblinking, which I brushed off as imagination. The second day, I decided to explore the surrounding woods. There was a trail behind the cabin, though it quickly turned from dirt to thick undergrowth. I walked, maybe a mile, spotting a small creek and an old, dilapidated hunting stand. There were signs of people, yes, but none close by. I felt a strange mix of thrill and unease walking alone, but I kept telling myself I'd come out alive, that this was just nature, just isolation. That night, I had trouble sleeping. It started with little things. A creak from the floorboards, which I chalked up to the old wood settling. Then something heavier, like footsteps coming from the kitchen. I froze, heart hammering, convinced it was a raccoon or something small. The kitchen window rattled. I grabbed a flashlight and peered outside, but the woods were just trees, swaying in the wind. Nothing moved. Nothing, except maybe my own imagination. I laughed nervously and went back to bed, leaving the lights on. By the third night, the feeling of being watched had grown. I noticed small things. The front door lock, which I had bolted myself, was slightly ajar once, though I was sure I had locked it. My kitchen knife had shifted on the counter. I told myself I was tired, stressed, paranoid. But even as I rationalized, I kept checking the windows, the doors, the corners of the cabin. Around midnight, the power went out. I had brought flashlights, but their beams didn't feel like protection. They felt small, inadequate against the vast darkness pressing against the cabin walls. I lit a candle on the table and sat there, listening. That's when I heard it. A soft thumping at the back door. Slow, deliberate, 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, I froze. The rational part of my brain screamed animal, wind, tree branch, but something deeper told me no. I grabbed my phone only to find no signal. The basement door creaked. I hadn't planned to go down there that night. I slowly got up, trying not to breathe too loudly. The thumping stopped. The basement smelled damp, moldy, like earth and decay. I shined the flashlight down the steps. Nothing. No footprints, no sign of intrusion. I returned to the main floor, telling myself I was imagining it, but sleep was impossible after that. The following day, I tried to rationalize. I walked into the nearest town, about 20 minutes down the narrow road. People were polite, but distant. I asked about the cabin, about any neighbors. They mentioned that the road was private, that few people came through, that sometimes things happened out there. Nothing concrete, just disappearances, stories about hikers who went missing. I smiled, tried to joke, but felt my stomach twist. The old stories they told about someone or something wandering the woods seemed ridiculous. Still, I bought a few extra supplies and headed back, nervous. That night was worse. The noises started before midnight. A scratching at the windows, low growls from the woods, and then whispers, soft but clear, coming from somewhere just beyond the walls. I strained to listen. They weren't words I recognized. The whispers swirled, coming from multiple directions, sometimes the kitchen, sometimes the bedroom, sometimes from outside. I tried to record them, but the phone would only catch silence, static, nothing coherent. Sleep became impossible. By the fourth day, I stopped trying. I barricaded the doors, moved furniture against the windows, even kept the fireplace lit during the day. Still, I felt eyes on me, watching me as I ate, as I moved. I'd glance out the window and see shadows darting, impossible to identify, just dark shapes moving between the trees. I stopped venturing outside. One evening, I noticed footprints in the snow leading up to the cabin. Not human, at least not fully. They were elongated, like a foot stretched inhumanly, clawed at the edges. I checked the perimeter, no prints leading away, only toward the cabin, and they stopped at the porch. Panic settled in my chest like lead. I called 911 from the town the next morning, but the signal was weak, intermittent. They told me they'd send someone, but it could take hours, maybe longer. By that night, whatever it was became more aggressive. Doors rattled violently. The whispers were now screams, incoherent but sharp, like metal scraping glass. Shadows moved against the walls, bending, stretching, not following any physical rules. I slept with a knife in my hand, candlelight flickering, listening as the cabin seemed to breathe around me. The final night, I resolved to leave. I packed what I could carry, took the car keys, and waited for nightfall. The woods were alive with sound, a chorus of noises I had never heard before. As I started the car, the whispers intensified, forming words. My name, over and over. Parvez. Parvez. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The trees were moving, shapes forming and reforming, like dark figures crouched just out of reach. I slammed the door and started driving, tires crunching over snow and gravel, heart racing. As I left the narrow road, the whispers stopped. The forest went silent again. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station miles down the highway, shaking, pale, every muscle tense. I called the authorities and explained what happened, what I saw. They were polite but skeptical. The area was remote. Few people went there. Nothing was found when they later checked the cabin. No footprints, no disturbances, no sign anyone or anything had been there besides me. Even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling. The shadows, the whispers, they haunt me. Sometimes when the wind blows just right, I hear it again, that soft call of my name, distant but unmistakable. I've never returned, and I never will. Some part of me knows that what I saw in those woods isn't bound by reason, isn't bound by human rules. And if I hear it calling again, I know it's waiting. Story, the end. The sun was just dipping behind the pine-covered ridges when Emily's old Jeep finally crunched over the gravel drive that led to the cabin. The place had been her grandfather's, left to her in his will, and though it had been decades since anyone lived there full-time, she liked the isolation it promised. She wasn't looking for company, just a weekend away from the city, a chance to escape the pressure of work, the constant notifications, the endless obligations. She parked, climbed out, and breathed in the crisp mountain air. The cabin smelled of dust, pine, and something faintly metallic that she couldn't place. She shrugged it off. Old cabins always had their quirks. Inside, the wooden floorboards creaked under her boots, a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the empty space. The furniture was covered with sheets, and a thin layer of dust coated the windowsills. She unpacked her small duffel, setting out her notebook, a flashlight, and a thermos. The sun had almost vanished completely by the time she built a fire in the old stone fireplace, the first time the logs caught and the flames licked the room with a soft orange glow. Sitting back in the armchair, she let the quiet stretch around her like a heavy blanket. As night fell, the woods outside the cabin seemed to lean closer, the wind brushing through the pine needles with a whisper that sounded like voices, if you tried hard enough to listen. Emily poured herself a cup of coffee and flipped open her notebook, intending to write. But the words wouldn't come, and soon the only sound in the cabin was the ticking of an old clock on the wall and the occasional crackle from the fire. Around midnight, she heard it, a faint thump from upstairs. Her heart jumped, and she froze. Maybe the old cabin just settled, she told herself, the walls shifting after decades of disuse. She tried to focus on her notebook, but the noise came again, a deliberate, measured thump. Not random, not the settling of wood. Someone, or something, was upstairs. Grabbing the flashlight, she rose and moved toward the staircase. The beam cut through the darkness, landing on old portraits lining the walls, their painted eyes seeming to follow her. Reaching the top, the hallway stretched before her like a dark tunnel. The noise had stopped. She crept from room to room, the floorboards groaning under her weight. Every room was empty, just empty furniture and dust. She exhaled slowly, telling herself she must have imagined it. Returning downstairs, she convinced herself to shake it off and poured another cup of coffee. She sat by the fire, trying to listen to the wind rather than the dark corners of the cabin. Minutes passed, or hours, it was impossible to tell. Then she heard it again, this time closer. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, pacing on the floor above her. She wasn't imagining it. Emily's mind raced. There was no one else for miles. She had the only key, the only access. Whoever or whatever was up there, it wasn't human. Her pulse quickened, but she forced herself to stay calm. She grabbed her phone, checking the signal. No bars. Great. Just great. She had her car, yes, but it was down the long, winding drive. If someone or something was up there, it could get to her before she even reached the Jeep. She took a deep breath, told herself she was overacting, and decided to investigate properly. She climbed the stairs again, flashlight in hand, heart hammering. Halfway up, the beam landed on a door that hadn't been there before, or maybe she hadn't noticed it. It was old, wooden, and slightly ajar. A cold draft seeped through the crack. She pushed it open. The room was empty, except for the walls. Scrawled all over them in what looked like charcoal were phrases, "I see you. Don't leave. Stay." She stumbled backwards, stomach twisting. That wasn't there before. She was certain of it. Her logical mind raced. Someone had to have broken in, someone who knew the cabin. She considered screaming, but her voice caught in her throat. She wanted to flee, to run, but something rooted her to the spot. A faint, metallic smell filled the air again, sharper this time, almost like iron. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind her. Emily spun around, flashlight beam swinging wildly. The room was pitch black, except for the streaks of faint moonlight through the window. She tried the door. Locked. Her phone had no signal. Panic surged. She banged on the door with her fists, screaming, "Hello! Anyone!" Her voice sounded small, swallowed by the darkness outside the cabin. The thumping started again, but this time it was beneath her feet, like something pacing the floor below. She sank to the floor, pressing her back against the wall, heart racing. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had lost meaning. She could hear movement all around her, faint scratching, the soft slide of something heavy across the floorboards, a whisper too low to understand. She tried to block it out, hugging her knees to her chest, eyes squeezed shut. When she opened them again, she saw it. A shadow in the corner, darker than the darkness, shifting, just out of reach of her flashlight. It didn't have a clear form, but it was there, moving, breathing, watching. She scrambled toward the window, hoping to climb out, but the latch was rusted, barely budging. The shadow drifted closer, and she could feel the temperature drop, the hair on her arms standing on end. She screamed and ran to the far corner, trying to barricade herself with a chair, but it toppled with a crash. The shadow lunged, or at least she thought it did, but then it vanished, leaving only the cold, only the silence, and the smell of iron. Emily didn't sleep that night. She huddled in the corner, rocking slightly, listening to the floor above, listening to the wind, listening to the shadows that seemed to crawl along the walls. She kept thinking she saw shapes out of the corner of her eye, but every time she turned, nothing was there. By dawn, she was exhausted, shaking, and nearly hysterical. Morning didn't bring relief. The cabin looked normal again, almost pristine, as if no one had ever touched the walls upstairs. The scrawled messages were gone. The door she had been trapped in the night before was just a normal closet. Emily's mind screamed at her, insisting she hadn't imagined anything, but part of her wondered if she had. Maybe sleep deprivation, stress, the isolation had gotten to her, but she knew what she felt, watched, followed, not alone. She decided she had to leave. She packed quickly, flashlight in hand, checking every corner as if the cabin would try to trap her again. She locked the door behind her, running to the Jeep, fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life, and she didn't look back until she reached the main road. The cabin disappeared behind the trees, a small, quiet thing in the early morning haze. Back in the city, Emily tried to resume normal life. She told a few friends what happened, but left out most of the details. She didn't want anyone to think she had gone insane. Still, at night, she would wake up to the same metallic smell, to the sensation of someone or something standing just outside her bedroom door. Shadows seemed longer in her apartment, corners darker, more oppressive. She tried to convince herself she was imagining it. Maybe she was. She had to be. Months later, she received a letter in the mail. No return address, just her name in shaky handwriting. Inside, a single line, "You left, but I didn't." She dropped the letter, trembling, the metallic smell filling her nose again. That smell, the shadowy presence. It had followed her. And she knew, deep down, that no matter how far she ran, she would never truly be alone again. The nights stretched long and endless, each one filled with a faint whisper of footsteps outside her bedroom, The brushing of something across her walls, the knowledge that whatever she had seen in that cabin had not been contained by the mountains, by the distance, by the very act of leaving. Emily could not sleep, she could not escape, and she had no one to warn, no one to believe her, and nowhere to hide. Story the end. The gravel crackled under the tires as I pulled off the main road and onto the narrow dirt path leading to the cabin. It sat deep in the woods of northern Idaho, miles from the next nearest house. I had rented it for a week, time away from work, people, and the noise of the city. A place to reset. A place to be alone. But the moment I stepped out of the car, I felt something watching me. It wasn't a sight or a sound, just a prickle at the back of my neck, a pulse of unease that made me look over my shoulder again and again. The forest around me was silent, almost unnaturally so. No birds, no insects, just the wind, thin and cold, sliding through the pines. The cabin itself was old, built in the 1940s according to the listing. Small, wooden, with a screened porch that had long since sagged to one side. The steps creaked under my weight. As I pushed open the front door, the stale air inside crawled across my skin like something alive. I told myself it was nothing, just nerves, just the unfamiliar dryness of the old place. I set my bags down and explored. The interior was simple. One bedroom, a kitchenette, a small living room with an ancient stone fireplace. A rug lay in the middle of the room, worn thin in the center as if someone had paced in circles there for years. There was a single rocking chair facing the fireplace, but its back to everything else. I walked around it to see the front, and froze. Carved into the wood of the chair's armrest were deep scratches, not decorative carvings, scratches, like fingernail grooves. 4 straight lines repeated again and again, dug in so deep the wood had splintered. I pulled my hand back. A chill rolled down my spine. I checked my phone, no signal, as expected. The property owner had said service was spotty, but there was a landline in case of emergency. I found it mounted on the kitchen wall, yellowed with age. I shrugged, unpacked my groceries, and tried to settle in. By late afternoon, the sky had clouded over. Rain began to fall, slow at first, then harder, turning the path outside into mud. I made dinner, warmed myself by the fire, and tried reading. I must have dozed off because I woke to a sharp cracking noise from outside. I sat upright, heart pounding. The fire was still burning. The room around me was dim. The clock on the wall read 9:46 p.m., another crack like a branch snapping under weight. Then, footsteps. Not animal footsteps, not the random scatter of wildlife. These were slow, heavy, deliberate. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They came from behind the cabin, moving toward the front. I held my breath, listening. The steps stopped just outside the front door. I waited for a knock, a voice, something. But instead, the doorknob twitched. Once, twice, slowly. Someone was testing whether it was locked. I stood, backed up toward the fireplace, eyes glued to the doorknob. I didn't dare speak, didn't dare breathe. The knob turned harder this time, jerking sharply, metal rattling. Then the steps moved away, circling the cabin. I grabbed the fireplace poker and waited, every muscle tight, straining to hear. Minutes passed, the footsteps faded. Eventually the rain swallowed all other sound. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with the poker in my hand, staring at the door until dawn seeped through the windows. The next morning, I forced myself to go outside. It took me nearly 20 minutes to gather enough courage. The moment I stepped off the porch, I saw them. Prints in the mud circling the cabin. Human prints. Large, barefoot. The toes pressed deep into the soil. I swallowed, my mouth dry. I followed them a few steps before stopping. They led back into the woods, but not in a wandering way. They led straight, purposeful, as if whoever made them had walked right up to my cabin and right back into the forest, as if they knew exactly where to go. I tried calling the property owner on the landline, but the call wouldn't connect. It only spat static. I tried again, same thing. I slammed the receiver down, my pulse racing. By noon, the rain had stopped, replaced by a heavy fog that clung low to the trees. The silence was worse than before, thick and smothering. I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were listening. I paced the cabin, checking the windows again and again. Nothing but fog. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I dozed on the couch. I woke to tapping, soft, gentle, on the bedroom window. Tap, tap, tap. I sat frozen for several seconds before I could make myself stand. The tapping continued, slow, rhythmic, like knuckles brushing glass. I crept toward the bedroom door and eased it open. The room was dim, curtains drawn. Tap, tap. The window pane trembled slightly under each touch. I reached for the curtain and with a deep breath pulled it back. The fog outside thinned just enough to reveal a handprint on the glass. A fresh one. A large one. 5 long fingers spread wide across the window. But no one stood outside. No footprints. No movement. Nothing. The tapping had stopped. I stepped back, heart racing so hard it hurt. The handprint began to fade before my eyes, slowly, as if the warmth of the unseen hand were dissipating. I backed out of the room, shut the door, and pushed a heavy dresser in front of it. I didn't go in there for the rest of the day. That night came faster, darker. The fog thickened, swallowing the cabin entirely. Every window showed nothing but a blank white wall. It felt like being trapped inside a cloud. I tried keeping the lights on, but something about the brightness made the shadows at the corner of the room seem to shift. So I turned the lights off and used only the fireplace. Around 11 p.m., the footsteps returned, but this time there were more of them. At least 2, maybe 3. They paced around the cabin, slow and dragging like someone pulling their feet through mud. Sometimes they stopped. Sometimes they brushed against the walls. Then the whispering started. Soft at first, barely audible, like voices carried by the wind. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the whispers slipped through. "Let us in. He's watching. You shouldn't be here." The landline rang. The shrill sound nearly made me jump out of my skin. I stared at it from across the room, frozen. It rang again and again. Finally, shaking, I walked to it and lifted the receiver. Static, then breathing, slow, wet, raspy. I slammed the phone down, chest tightening. The footsteps moved to the front door, then the back door, then the bedroom window. Something scraped against the siding, long, dragging strokes like fingernails tracing the wood. I had never been so terrified. I grabbed my shoes, threw them on, and bolted for the car. The fog outside was suffocating. I could barely see the hood of my car as I started the engine. The headlights cut through the fog in 2 thin beams. I reversed. The tires spun in the mud, but finally caught. I sped down the path, gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles went white. Halfway down the drive, I saw something in the road. A figure. Tall. Thin. Standing perfectly still. I slammed the brakes and skidded to a stop. My breath fogged the windshield. The figure didn't move. I blinked, just once. It was suddenly closer. 20 feet from the car. I blinked again, reflexive, terrified. 10 feet. I didn't blink after that. I threw the car into drive, floored the accelerator, and swerved around it. My tires sprayed mud. The figure didn't chase. It didn't even turn its head. It just watched as I tore down the road and back to the highway. I didn't stop driving for hours. When I finally reached a gas station with a working phone, I called the police. They went out to the cabin, checked everything. They found no footprints, no handprints, no signs of anyone else on the property. They said the place was old. The woods made noises. Fog distorts sound. Isolation does strange things to people. I moved to a new apartment the next month, but every now and then, late at night, when fog rolls in thick and heavy, I hear it again. A gentle tapping on my window. Slow. Rhythmic. As if someone is patiently waiting to be let in. Story the end. I rented the cabin on a whim. It was small, rustic, and tucked deep into the mountains of northern Vermont, far from any town or main road. The listing promised solitude, quiet, and a chance to disconnect from everything. I had been working nonstop for months and needed a break from emails, deadlines, and the constant hum of the city. I imagined sitting by the fireplace, reading a book, maybe hiking during the day, and feeling like I owned the world for a few days. What I didn't imagine was how quickly that solitude could become suffocating, or how quickly it could turn into something else entirely. The drive up was uneventful, if a bit nerve-wracking. The mountain road was narrow and winding, flanked by towering pines and oaks. Snow had started falling earlier in the day, and by the time I turned onto the final stretch of gravel path leading to the cabin, it was coming down heavily. My car's tires crunched over the fresh layer, and the world outside the windshield had gone almost entirely white. When I finally reached the cabin, the sight made my stomach relax. The small structure looked exactly like the pictures online. Dark wood siding, smoke curling lazily from the chimney, and a single light glowing through the window. I parked, grabbed my things, and walked up the small steps to the door, feeling a strange thrill at the thought of being completely alone. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of pine and old wood. The fireplace had been prepared with kindling, and I had a bag of firewood in the corner. I dropped my bags, shrugged out of my coat, and started a fire, the flames immediately giving the room a cozy warmth. I unpacked, made a simple dinner, and settled into the armchair closest to the fireplace. For a while, I was content. Snow continued to fall outside, muffling all sound, and I could hear nothing but the occasional crackle of the fire and my own breathing. That night, I slept lightly. Every groan of the cabin settling made me tense, and I woke more than once to the wind rattling against the windows. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to a sound that didn't belong to the wind, the faint creak of the front door opening. My heart jumped. The cabin was locked, I was alone, and no one should be outside. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped almost immediately. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was the wind again. I forced myself back to sleep, though I slept fitfully, eyes snapping open at every tiny noise. The next morning, I noticed something strange. The snow outside the cabin had been trampled. There were footprints leading up to the front steps, and while they weren't recent enough to be fresh, they weren't old either. Someone had been here while I slept, or perhaps just before I arrived. I couldn't see any signs of forced entry, though the door handle looked slightly scuffed. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the caretaker had come by to check the place. Still, I couldn't shake the creeping feeling of unease. During the day, I explored the woods around the cabin. The snow made it difficult to see anything far away, and the sky had grown overcast, dulling the light. I noticed oddities in the forest, areas where the snow looked disturbed, tree branches bent unnaturally, and patches of earth that seemed to have been recently dug up. I shook it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. Animals could have caused it. Deer, foxes, raccoons. I didn't want to think about it too much. That evening, I decided to light a fire and read by the fireplace again. As I turned the pages, I began hearing something subtle but distinct, a soft tapping at the window. My heart stopped. I sat frozen, listening. The tapping continued, irregular, almost deliberate, and then stopped. I couldn't see anyone outside, but my pulse raced and my hands trembled slightly. I rationalized it again. Branches brushing the glass, perhaps. But even as I told myself that, I felt the air in the room grow heavier, almost charged. Around midnight, the sounds escalated. Thumps on the walls, scratches on the siding, footsteps circling the cabin. I tried calling out, but my voice sounded hollow in the small room. I grabbed a flashlight and knife and went to investigate, moving cautiously around the cabin. Every shadow seemed to shift, every sound amplified. The woods beyond the clearing were impossibly dark, the trees looming like silent sentinels. There was nothing visible, yet I felt eyes on me. I could almost sense someone, or something, watching, waiting. I went inside and locked every door and window I could find, my hands shaking. The scratching continued, more insistent now, like fingernails raking across the wood. At one point, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a dark shape slipping between the trees. My mind screamed at me to stay calm, to remind myself it could be an animal, that I was letting fear take over, but the feeling of dread was overwhelming. I sat in the middle of the living room, back against the wall, clutching the knife, listening to the noises that never stopped. By morning, I was exhausted and disoriented. The snowstorm had eased, leaving a thick, silent blanket over the forest. I stepped outside to get some air, only to see footprints surrounding the cabin in a circle, leading to every window and door. None of them were mine. None matched human shoe prints exactly. They were larger, oddly shaped like elongated footprints, and they appeared deeper in some spots as if the person or creature was heavy. I realized then that these weren't footprints made casually. They had been stalking the cabin, watching me. I decided to leave immediately. I packed my things as quickly as I could, heart pounding with every creak of the cabin and crack of branches outside. As I walked toward my car, headlights cutting through the white blur of snow, I kept glancing over my shoulder. There was something there, always at the edge of my vision, disappearing whenever I turned fully. It was tall, hunched slightly, and moved with unnatural silence. I felt like it was following me, staying just out of reach. I got in my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I drove down the narrow mountain road, the headlights illuminated the forest in stark, shifting patterns. I kept seeing glimpses of that shape, standing among the trees, watching me leave. When I finally reached a more populated area and stopped at a gas station, I looked back in the rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty, pristine with untouched snow, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been at the cabin hadn't really left. Weeks later, I found myself obsessively checking online forums for the area, reading stories of disappearances, strange sightings, and people who went to cabins alone and never returned. Some described footprints in the snow that disappeared mid-step, others whispered voices calling names in the darkness, and a few even claimed that whatever lurked in the woods could manipulate the cabin itself, doors that locked and unlocked on their own, lights that flickered without cause. I realized then that my experience wasn't a fluke. That cabin, those woods, were not safe. Not for anyone alone. I've never returned, and I never will. The memory of that place, the isolation, the footprints, the silent watching in the darkness, haunts me still. Even now, when the wind rustles through the trees outside my apartment window, I catch myself imagining the shape of something standing at the edge of the forest, waiting. The cabin promised solitude and peace, but what I found was far darker. Some places are meant to remain empty, because when you're alone there, you may not be truly alone at all. Story the end. The gravel road narrowed until it felt like I was driving straight into the woods themselves, the pines closing in overhead like a dark tunnel. The cabin was supposed to be a secluded historical retreat in rural Pennsylvania. That's what the rental description claimed, anyway. I had been craving solitude after months of nonstop work, the kind that had drained every ounce of energy from me. A long weekend alone, away from screens, noise, deadlines, just me, the woods, and silence. That was the plan. The sun was already sinking when the cabin finally came into view. A squat wooden structure from the 1940s, with a rusted tin roof and a sagging front porch. A single porch light flickered weakly, more decorative than useful. Ivy crawled up the left side of the building, clinging to the wood like skeletal fingers. I parked beside the cabin, gravel crunching under the tires, and stepped out into the chilly October air. It smelled like damp leaves and soil, clean, different from the pollution-choked air back home. Inside, the cabin was smaller than I'd expected. One room served as both kitchen and living area, with a narrow hallway leading to a bedroom and a cramped bathroom. Thick dust coated the shelves. An old radio sat on a counter. A stone fireplace dominated the far wall, its opening black and cold. I set my bag down and lit a fire before the night cold could creep in. The flames caught quickly, casting an orange glow over everything. I heated a can of soup on the small gas stove and sat at the wooden table, trying to settle into the quiet. The silence was deeper than anything I'd experienced in years. No sirens, no neighbors, no traffic. Just the crackle of the fire and the occasional groan of the old cabin adjusting to the cold. As the night dragged on, I tried reading, but I couldn't shake a strange feeling. It wasn't fear, exactly. More like the sense of being observed. Every time I glanced at the dark windows, I expected to see someone staring back. The forest pressed so close that the glass reflected only blackness. I told myself it was just the adjustment to isolation. I went to bed early, hoping sleep would settle the unease. The mattress was old, the springs creaking when I moved. I turned off the lamp and settled under the heavy blankets. The firelight flickered through the bedroom doorway in faint orange patterns. I had just begun drifting when a sound snapped me awake. A single deliberate crunch outside the bedroom window. Footsteps. Slow. Close. Slow. My breath. Crunch. Another step, dragging slightly in the leaves. My chest tightened. There were no neighboring cabins for miles. No campers. No hikers at this hour. Crunch. I forced myself to move. Quietly, I got out of bed and tiptoed to the window. I hesitated before touching the curtain. My fingers trembled. Then slowly, I pulled a corner back, just enough to look outside. Nothing. Just darkness. The sound stopped. I stayed awake for hours, waiting, listening. Eventually, exhaustion dragged me back into sleep. Morning light spilled through the window, too bright, too normal. For a moment, I doubted what I heard. Sleep deprivation, maybe? Or the cabin settling? Then I stepped outside. In the dirt beside the cabin, beneath my bedroom window, was a single footprint. Not a boot print. Bare. wide, toes splayed. The heel was deep, like someone had leaned their weight into that step. My skin crawled. I followed the tracks until they vanished into the tree line. The forest beyond was dense, shadowed even in daylight. The prints led straight into the darkest part. I spent most of the day trying to distract myself, chopping wood, reading, cleaning, anything to avoid thinking about the footprint. I kept telling myself someone had wandered too close while lost or drunk. People did strange things in rural areas, but the reasoning didn't settle my nerves. At dusk, I locked every door and window twice. But isolation has a way of twisting every small sound into something sinister. As night deepened, the forest outside grew restless. Branches rustled. Something tapped lightly on the siding near the kitchen. The fire popped sharply, making me jump. By midnight, I couldn't focus on anything except listening. Sitting on the couch with the fire dying low, I strained to pick sounds out of the background noise. And then I heard it again. Footsteps. Slowly circling the cabin, one step at a time, deliberate, unhurried. I stood, heart pounding, gripping the fireplace poker with sweaty hands. The footsteps moved from the kitchen wall to the front porch. The wooden boards creaked under the weight of something heavy. Then, a soft knock. Not at the door, on the window. 3 slow taps. I froze, the air felt too thin. I moved back toward the hallway, keeping low, avoiding the windows. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the footsteps continued, moving around the cabin again, slow as before. Eventually, after what felt like hours, they faded. The forest returned to its uneasy stillness. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I packed my bag. I wasn't staying another night. I didn't care about the cost. I didn't care what the rental company said. I needed to leave. Something was watching the cabin, something that didn't care about locked doors or boundaries. But when I grabbed my keys from the table, they weren't there. I searched everywhere, under the table, in my bag, by the door. Nothing. I checked the car. Locked. My keys, gone. I hadn't left them outside. I was certain. Panic set in. Someone had been inside the cabin. I grabbed the fireplace poker again and searched the rooms. The closet, the bathroom, under the bed. Nothing. But something had changed since yesterday. The old radio, dead and dusty when I arrived, now sat on the counter with its dial glowing faintly. I hadn't touched it. As I approached, a burst of static hissed from it, sharp enough to make me flinch. I reached to turn it off, then a voice crackled through. Not words, just breathing. Slow, wet, close. I stepped back, stomach twisting. The breathing grew louder, distorted, filling the cabin. Then it stopped. The radio died again. My pulse thudded painfully in my throat. I needed help. But with no keys, I couldn't drive. My phone said no service. I grabbed my jacket and decided I'd walk until I found a signal. The area wasn't too remote. Eventually, I'd hit a road with traffic. But when I opened the cabin door, I froze. My keys were sitting on the porch rail, placed neatly, centered, as if arranged intentionally. The wind blew gently, but they didn't move. They were exactly where whoever left them wanted them to be. I didn't think. I grabbed the keys, sprinted to my car, started it, and tore down the gravel road so fast the tires spat stones into the trees. I didn't look in the mirrors. I didn't want to see anything behind me. I drove until my hands stopped shaking, finally pulling into a gas station miles away. People, lights, sound, civilization. I sat there in the car until I could breathe normally again. I called the rental company and demanded they cancel the reservation. I told them I wasn't going back for my remaining belongings. They didn't argue. The woman on the line sounded strangely unsurprised, like she'd heard this before. I didn't ask questions. I just drove home. Even now, months later, I still wake to phantom tapping at my window. My therapist says it's trauma manifesting through heightened sensitivity to night noises. Maybe she's right. But some nights, around 3 a.m., I hear something else, something familiar. A slow, dragging step on the pavement outside my building, then another, closer. And even though I live on the 4th floor, some nights I swear I hear 3 soft taps on the glass. Story, the end. The gravel road leading to the cabin was so narrow, I kept wondering if I'd taken a wrong turn. My phone lost service 20 minutes earlier, and every bend in the road was lined with thick pine, branches hanging low like they were trying to scratch the sides of my truck. I'd rented the place for a simple reason. Quiet. After the divorce, after losing my job, after months of feeling like the world had chewed me up and spit me out, Quiet seemed like the only thing I wanted. The listing online showed a clean little wooden cabin near a lake. Nothing fancy. A place to think. A place to breathe. A place where no one knew my name. But the first sight of it made something in my chest tighten. It was older than the pictures suggested. Much older. The boards were sun-faded. The porch steps cracked. A single window on the left side was patched with plywood. The forest pressed right up against the back wall of the cabin, crowding it, like the trees were trying to swallow it whole. Still, I killed the engine and stepped out. The air smelled of damp earth and cold pine. Somewhere in the distance, a crow cawed, long and low, almost like a warning I didn't understand. Inside, the cabin was simple. Small kitchen, single bedroom, stone fireplace, a table with 2 chairs. Dust floated in the early evening light. It felt untouched for a long time, but everything worked: the lights, the sink, the old cast-iron stove. I should have been relieved. I should have backed out the door the moment I felt that prickle on the back of my neck. The first night passed without anything unusual, though I couldn't shake a low hum of anxiety. The wind outside kept brushing against the windows, and the darkness here was different. Thick. Heavy. When I turned the lights off to sleep, it felt like someone else was in the room with me. A presence. Watching. But I blamed the isolation. Too much quiet makes your brain invent its own noise. The second morning, I walked down to the lake. It was only a few minutes from the cabin, hidden behind dead leaves and thick brush. The water was still, unusually still, as if something beneath it held its breath. I skimmed a stone across the surface. It bounced twice and sank. As soon as the ripples fading, I heard it. A sound behind me. A soft, dragging footstep. I spun around. Nothing. Just the trees. But I knew what I heard. When I returned to the cabin, the front door, an old wooden thing with rusted hinges, was slightly open. Not wide. Just cracked enough to say, someone was here. I froze on the porch, listening. The forest was too quiet, unnaturally quiet. Even the wind had stopped. I stepped inside slowly, my heartbeat hammering at my ribs. My bag had been moved. Not much, just shifted a foot to the left, like someone nudged it with their foot or towed through it. Nothing was taken. Nothing was broken. Someone had simply entered, looked around, and left. That should have been my cue to leave right then. No shame in turning around. No shame in trusting your instincts. But a stubborn part of me, the part that hated how much life had already taken from me, whispered, "Don't let fear run your life too." The third night, things escalated. It began with tapping on the walls. Soft, rhythmic, like someone drumming with their fingers. I sat up in bed, listening. The taps moved around the cabin, like footsteps following the wooden exterior. Then it reached the window beside my bed. Tap, tap, tap. Slow. Deliberate. Human. I didn't look. I couldn't. At some point, exhaustion took over and I slept. I woke at dawn, shaken, and immediately checked around the cabin, the dirt beneath the window, fresh footprints. Bare. Long-toed. Not shaped quite right. I felt sick, staring at them. I told myself it was an animal, but I'd lived in Maine my entire childhood. I'd seen bears, deer, coyotes, wolves. Nothing had feet like that. I packed halfway that morning. I couldn't decide whether to leave or stay. There was a stubbornness in me, and a curiosity too. I had rented the cabin for a week. It hadn't occurred to me until then that the owner had never once contacted me. No welcome message, no check-in, nothing. The fourth night shattered any illusion that this was something rational. I woke to the sound of breathing. Not my own. It was deep, ragged, and close. I held still, eyes open in the dark, barely daring to inhale. Something stood near the foot of the bed. I could feel the air shift with each slow inhale it took. I slid my trembling hand toward the flashlight on the nightstand. Then, a whisper. Low, guttural, right beside my ear. "Don't look." I froze. My heart stopped. My lungs burned. "Don't look." The voice crackled like vocal cords hadn't been used in years. I didn't look. I couldn't. Eventually the breathing faded. The presence moved away. The cabin door creaked softly, and I listened as something stepped outside. When I turned on the flashlight, the room was empty. But the smell remained. A foul, wet, rotting scent like meat left out in summer heat. I gagged. That was the moment I accepted the truth. Something had been inside the cabin with me. That morning, I didn't hesitate. I packed everything in 10 minutes, grabbed my keys, and sprinted through the cold air to my truck. I shoved the door open, tossed my bags inside, and jammed the key into the ignition. Nothing. The truck didn't even click. Dead. I tried again. Silence. The battery wasn't the issue. It was as if something had drained the life from the vehicle entirely. I swore under my breath, panic rising. Then I saw it. On the hood. A handprint. Wet, oily, distorted, like fingers too long, too thin. I backed away, stumbling, and bolted toward the main road. It was a 30-minute walk to the nearest sign of civilization, but I didn't care. I needed out. The woods felt alive around me, branches shifting, shadows slipping between the trees. I heard something following, twigs snapping under its steps, always just out of sight. Every time I stopped, so did it. Every time I moved, it followed. The forest went deathly silent. I forced myself to keep walking. At some point, I started running. I don't know when. My legs burned, my lungs threatened to tear open, but fear kept me going. I didn't look back. Whatever it was, whatever had breathed beside me, was real. And it was behind me. I reached the main road near sunset. A lone pickup truck approached, and I practically threw myself into the road to flag it down. The driver, an older man with a face like leather, slammed the brakes and yelled something at me before he saw the look on my face. "Help," I panted. "Please, something's in the woods." His eyes narrowed. "You were staying in that cabin, weren't you?" I nodded. He swore under his breath. "Shouldn't be rented out anymore," he muttered. Damn it, I told him someone was going to get hurt. I asked him what he meant, what happened there, but he only shook his head and told me to get in. I spent that night in a cheap motel, jumpy and unable to relax. The man refused to say more, only warning me not to return. I didn't sleep. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw the footprint by the window, the oily handprint, the long shadow that had stood by my bed. At dawn, the motel manager knocked on my door to tell me someone had called for me. I hadn't given anyone this number. When I answered the lobby phone, there was only breathing on the other end. Slow, ragged, familiar. Then the voice spoke, right against my ear. "You looked." My blood froze. I hung up, grabbed my bag, checked out, and drove until I crossed state lines. For months afterward, I slept with lights on, checked every closet, every window lock. I moved apartments twice, but sometimes late at night, when everything is quiet and the world feels too still, I hear that breathing again. And I know this, whatever followed me out of those woods isn't finished. Story the end. Snow was already falling in thick, wet flakes by the time I reached the cabin, coating the trees in white and muffling every sound except the crunch of my boots. The place belonged to a friend of mine, an old hunting cabin on the edge of the Idaho Panhandle, loaned to me for a long weekend after I'd insisted I just needed peace and quiet. The kind of peace that comes with no cell service, no internet, no neighbors within miles. I told myself the silence would be good for me. The cabin was older than it looked in the photos. Gray wooden planks, a sagging porch, a chimney stained with soot. Inside, it smelled faintly of old pine and dust. I lit a fire, unpacked my bags, and tried to settle in. I kept telling myself the first night alone is always the hardest, that the creaks and pops of old wood were normal. The sound of wind pressing against the windows was normal. But sometimes things feel wrong long before you can explain why. It started the second night. I'd spent most of the day exploring the snowy forest. The trees were tall and close together, and the deeper I walked, the quieter it felt. Even the birds seemed absent. Around dusk, I caught the distinct sense of being watched. I kept turning around expecting to see someone. An animal, maybe, but there was nothing. Just trees. Endless trees. When I got back to the cabin, I saw the first sign that I wasn't as alone as I thought. On the porch railing sat a narrow strip of torn fabric. Grayish. Worn. Too big to be from my clothing and too modern-looking to belong to any wildlife. Snow had piled around it, so it must have been left recently. I brushed it off, telling myself it could have blown in from anywhere. That night, around 1 a.m., I woke to a sound like someone walking slowly around the cabin. The crunch of snow. The deliberate pace. One step, a pause, then another. My breath froze in my chest. I didn't move. After a minute, the steps stopped near the front door. The wooden boards creaked as if weight pressed down on them. Then nothing. I stayed awake until dawn, listening to the fire crackle and my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. In the morning, I found the footprints, human footprints, bare, pressed into the snow around the cabin. They circled the cabin like someone had walked around and around, close enough to touch the walls. The toes were long and narrow. The prints were deep, despite the freezing cold. Whoever left them walked barefoot in inches of snow. I packed my belongings. I even loaded the car. But when I turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtered and died. Twice. The 4Runner was reliable as hell. I'd driven it through worse winters than this. I tried again, nothing but a clicking noise. And then I looked up and noticed something that nearly made me jump out of my skin. In the tree line directly ahead, between two snow-covered pines, something stood. Tall, thin, unmoving. I could barely make out its shape through the snowfall, but the outline was unmistakably human. At least human-like. I blinked, and it disappeared. Just gone. I locked myself back inside the cabin, breath shaking. By late afternoon, the wind picked up, thundering across the roof. The storm grew so loud I couldn't hear anything else. I was chopping firewood in the back room when I heard the distinct slam of the front door. I froze. I knew I had locked it. Hadn't I? I stepped into the main room, gripping the axe handle so hard my knuckles ached. The door stood partially open, snow blowing in through the crack. Baxter wasn't with me this trip. No dog to warn me, no companion to growl or bark. I was completely alone. I shut the door and bolted it again. Minutes later, I heard the creak of a floorboard upstairs. Every hair on my body stood up. The cabin had only one small bedroom upstairs, and I hadn't gone there since arriving. The stairs groaned as I climbed. At the top, the bedroom was cold. The window cracked open slightly. Snowflakes drifted inside, collecting on the floorboards. I walked over and slammed it shut. As I turned to leave, something outside caught my eye. In the snow on the roof of the porch, just below the window, were footprints, leading to the window. Human-shaped, bare, long-toed, and unmistakably recent. I backed away so fast I nearly slipped down the stairs. That night, the noises came back. First the steps circling the cabin again. Then the scraping, soft, steady scraping on the walls like long nails dragging across the wood. Sometimes it sounded like it was coming from the roof. Sometimes the basement. Around 3 a.m., the scraping stopped abruptly. Then a voice spoke. Not loud, not clear, but right outside the window nearest my bed. "Let me in. It's cold." The tone was wrong, not pitiful or pleading, amused, mocking, like whoever said it already knew I wasn't going to open the door and found that funny. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I made coffee with trembling hands and sat near the fire, trying to plan what to do. I decided to wait. The storm had died down. Maybe the road would clear enough for someone to pass through. Maybe I could hike until I reached a signal. Then I saw the note. A thin piece of paper, yellowed like it came from an old book, lying on the floor just inside the front door. I hadn't heard anything come through the mail slot. I didn't even realize the cabin had a mail slot. There were only 5 words scribbled on the page. "You're not alone out here." My stomach twisted. I didn't touch the paper. The day was too quiet. The trees outside felt like they were holding their breath. Hours passed with no footsteps, no scraping, no voice. But that silence was somehow worse. Just before dusk, I tried the car again. Miraculously, the engine turned over. Relief nearly brought me to my knees. I threw my bags inside, didn't even shut the trunk properly, and started rolling down the snow-covered road. 15 minutes later, the engine died again. Everything went dark. The headlights blinked out. I slammed my fist against the steering wheel. Then I heard it. Another set of footsteps, this time behind the car. Slow, crunching through snow, coming closer. My breath fogged the windshield as I leaned forward, trying to see through falling snow. I reached for my phone, but it was useless. Dead battery. The footsteps stopped right behind the car. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see. A hand, long, pale, with thin fingers, slid slowly across the rear window. Just the silhouette. No face. No body. Just that hand tracing a line across the glass. I threw the car into neutral and let it slide downhill, steering wildly through the snow. After 50 yards, the engine sputtered back to life, and I floored it. I didn't look back again. Not once. When I reached the highway, I drove until I saw another car, then flagged them down and begged them not to leave me alone. The man probably thought I was insane. I didn't care. I never returned to the cabin. My friend sold it a month later after going up to pack a few things and finding long, barefoot prints on the roof. He didn't tell me that until much later. Even now, on quiet winter nights, I swear I still hear scraping on my walls. Sometimes on the roof, sometimes by my bedroom window. Sometimes that same voice whispering in the dark, "Let me in, it's cold." Story the end. The wind rattled the thin window panes of the cabin long before I arrived. By the time my car reached the narrow dirt path leading into the woods, the sun had already dropped behind the Rockies, painting the sky a deep bruised purple. I hadn't planned to arrive this late. Hell, I hadn't even planned to come at all. But after the week I'd had, being alone in a remote Colorado cabin sounded better than listening to another voicemail from my boss about deadlines. The cabin belonged to an old coworker who had moved to Oregon years ago. He'd told me it was nothing fancy, but solid enough to keep the cold out. When I pulled up, headlights sweeping across the weathered wood, I understood his choice of words. The cabin sagged slightly to one side, like it was tired of holding itself together. Snow clung to the roof in uneven sheets, and the trees around it leaned in as though trying to claim it. Still, it was shelter. Inside, the air smelled stale, as if no one had opened the door in months. The floorboards creaked under my boots as I walked through, turning on the small generator he'd told me about over the phone. The lights flickered to life, dim, yellow, barely enough to dispel the encroaching darkness outside. But the place was warm enough. Firewood lay stacked near the old potbelly stove, and I got the flames going before unpacking. By the time I'd made myself a simple dinner, the woods were pitch black. The snowfall had slowed to a quiet, steady drift, tapping softly against the windows. I sat down at the small table, opened a worn paperback, and tried to unwind. That lasted maybe 10 minutes before the first sound reached me, a single, heavy thud from the porch. I froze, listening. The fire crackled, the wind hissed faintly at the windows, but that was it. I figured maybe a branch had fallen or ice had slid from the roof. Still, I went to check. The front door had a tiny window, just large enough to look through. I flicked on the exterior light. Nothing. The porch was empty, snow undisturbed except for my own footprints from earlier. I exhaled, shaking my head at myself. First night alone, isolated, tired. Of course my mind was hypersensitive. I shut off the porch light and went back to my book. The second thud came 20 minutes later. This time it was followed by a scraping sound, slow and deliberate, like something heavy dragging across the wooden boards outside. My heart lurched. I set the book aside, listening intently. The scraping paused, then resumed, this time closer to the door. I grabbed the flashlight and approached the window again. Snow swirled thickly outside. Catching the beam of the porch light, I flipped on again. But just like before, nothing was there. The porch was perfectly empty. I stepped back, uneasy. Something wasn't right. I checked the locks on both doors twice before returning to the table. The fire burned low, casting flickering shadows that made the cabin feel smaller, tighter, as if the darkness outside had pressed inward. I tried to distract myself, but my nerves were frayed. Even the silence felt wrong, too complete, too expectant. Sometime around midnight, as I debated going to bed, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps. Slow, measured, heavy, crunching through the snow right outside. Not animal footsteps, human. They circled the cabin once, then again, closer this time. I turned off the lights inside, leaving only the faint glow of the fire. My breath fogged in the cold air as I moved toward the back window. Carefully, I lifted the corner of the curtain and peeked outside. I saw nothing at first, just the dark line of the tree line and the scattering of moonlight on the snow. Then something shifted between the trees. A pale figure standing dead still. I dropped the curtain instinctively. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I backed away from the window, scanning the cabin for anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes landed on the iron poker by the stove. I grabbed it. Seconds later, the footsteps resumed. This time they approached the front door, creaking on the boards, slow, purposeful. Then came the tapping. Not knocking, tapping, light and rhythmic, like someone dragging the tip of a finger along the door, tapping out a pattern I didn't recognize. It wasn't frantic or random. It was careful, controlled. A message I didn't want to understand. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The tapping stopped. Silence swallowed the cabin. For a moment, I thought whoever it was had gone. But then the sound shifted, now coming from the window beside the stove. A faint scrape, then another. My flashlight was off. I didn't dare turn it on. The fire cast just enough light to see the silhouette of a hand press against the glass. Long fingers. Too long. They traced the window panes slowly, purposefully. I stumbled backward, knocking a mug off the table. It shattered loudly on the wood floor. The hand on the window froze, then vanished. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner with a poker in my hands, watching every window until faint light began to seep between the trees. When dawn came, I dared to look outside. Footprints covered the entire perimeter of the cabin. Not mine. Larger, deeper prints circling again and again. Some stopped right at the windows, right at the door. Others led off into the woods. I packed immediately. The generator sputtered out as I shoved my things into my bag, and I didn't bother trying to restart it. The moment I stepped outside, cold air slapped my face, and I followed my own tire tracks back toward the road. 100 yards into the trees, I looked back. Someone was standing on the porch. Not moving, not waving, just standing there watching me leave. Even from that distance, I knew it wasn't a trick of the light. I reached my car, heart pounding, nearly slipping on the icy ground as I got in. The engine roared to life. I tore down the narrow path, not daring to look in the rearview mirror until I reached the main road. When I finally glanced back, the cabin was far behind me, hidden by trees. But deep in the woods, just before the road curved out of sight, I saw movement, something pale slipping between the trunks, keeping pace with my car longer than any human could. I drove until cell service returned, then kept driving anyway. I never told my coworker what I'd seen. When he asked about the cabin later, I told him he should burn it down. He laughed, thinking I was joking. I didn't laugh. I haven't been back to the mountains since. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind presses against the windows, I swear I hear that same gentle tapping again, slow, patient, like someone reminding me they haven't forgotten. Story the end. The dirt road narrowed the farther Daniel drove, until it felt less like a path and more like a forgotten scar carved through the woods. The old truck jolted over roots and stones, the suspension whining in protest. He hadn't been to his uncle's hunting cabin since he was a kid, but after the breakup, after the endless nights in the apartment he couldn't afford to keep, the isolation had felt like the right kind of escape. A week alone, no cell service, no noise but wind in the trees. When he pulled up, the cabin looked smaller than he remembered, leaning slightly, darkened by years of sun and storms, the porch half swallowed by overgrown weeds. The forest pressed close on all sides. For a moment he considered turning back, but he cut the engine and listened. Nothing. The kind of pure silence you only get far from civilization. He stepped out. Inside, the air was cool and stale. Dust clung to every surface, and spiderwebs stretched across the rafters like abandoned strings of silver. The stone fireplace was exactly as he remembered, though, tall, soot-stained, and still holding the warped iron grate his uncle insisted came from the old country. Daniel dropped his bag and got to work opening windows, letting in sunlight and a hint of pine. By evening, the cabin felt almost welcoming. A fire crackled in the hearth, warming the chill from the air. Daniel cooked a can of soup on the stove, ate at the old oak table, and drank a beer while watching the sky fade from pink to deep blue. No traffic, no sirens, no neighbors yelling through thin apartment walls, just the low hum of the forest settling for the night. He fell asleep easily. But something woke him. A sound. A heavy dragging scrape across the porch boards outside the front door. He sat up in the dark, heart pounding. The fire had burned down to embers, barely giving off light. He listened. Silence. Maybe an animal, he told himself. A deer or raccoon, nothing dangerous. He lay back down. The scraping came again. Slow, deliberate, as if something was being pulled across wood grain inch by inch. Daniel shot upright this time, swinging his legs out of bed. He grabbed his flashlight and crept to the window. Nothing. Just trees shifting gently in the wind. He scanned the porch with the beam, but the old boards were empty. The steps, too. He waited, then forced himself back to bed. The scratching didn't return. The next morning, he found tracks on the porch. Not paw prints, long, shallow grooves, as if something was clodged up from under the steps and dragged them along the boards. He crouched, touching one. The wood fibers were fresh, splintered. Whatever did this had done it last night. He scanned the woods. Nothing moved. He told himself not to panic. Animals clawed things all the time. Maybe a bear. Maybe something else. He grabbed the axe from the shed anyway, keeping it leaning against the wall inside the cabin, just in case. The day was quiet. The woods were still. He hiked a little, chopped firewood, read an old paperback he found in a drawer. By sunset, he'd forgotten about the tracks. Night returned with a chill. As he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the sound came back. Not scraping this time, something heavier. A thump, then another. Then the unmistakable creak of footsteps crossing the porch. Someone was out there. Daniel sat up slowly, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped right outside the front door. A long silence followed. Then, knuckles tapped the wood. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Daniel froze. His throat tightened. He couldn't move. The knocking came again, a little louder. He forced himself to stand, grabbing the flashlight with shaking hands. He didn't speak. Some instinct screamed that speaking would be a mistake. A third set of knocks. Faster this time. He stepped to the door. Waited. His pulse hammered in his ears. When the knocking stopped, he leaned forward and looked through the small peephole. Nothing. Only darkness. He backed away, refusing to open the door. Eventually, after nearly an hour of silence, he crawled back into bed, but he didn't sleep. He drifted in and out until morning. When he finally stepped outside, the porch was different. The tracks from yesterday were deeper, longer, as if whatever had made them had been standing right at the door. And something else. On the far end of the porch, near the railing, he saw the faint imprint of a hand in the dust. A human hand. Except the fingers were too long. 6 of them. Each thin and pressed deep, like something had leaned there for a long time, listening. Daniel swallowed hard, backed inside, and locked the door. He told himself he'd leave that day. Pack up and go. But the thought of stepping back onto the porch, of descending the stairs where those claw marks began, made his stomach twist. He waited for the sun to climb high before mustering the courage to grab his bag. When he opened the front door, something was hanging from the porch roof. A strip of fabric. No, not fabric. Shredded clothing. His clothing. His hoodie, the one he had worn the night before, torn into thin ribbons swaying gently in the wind. Daniel stumbled back, slamming the door shut. His breath came in short bursts, panic rising like fire. Someone had been inside. Someone had taken his hoodie. Someone had come close enough to touch his things while he slept. No. Something. Because no person left tracks like that. The rest of the day passed in terrified silence. Daniel sat with his back against the wall, axe in hand, staring at the door. If he heard even the smallest sound, he held his breath. He didn't dare sleep. When darkness finally settled over the woods, the cabin seemed to shrink around him, every creak amplified. Then the footsteps returned. Soft at first, then heavier. Walking around the cabin. Slow, unhurried, circling. Testing. The shadows under the door flickered as something passed back and forth. Daniel gripped the axe harder, sweat dripping down his spine. Hours seemed to crawl by. Around midnight, the footsteps stopped. Then came the whisper. Right at the door, right against the wood. A voice, thin and breathy, sliding through the cracks. Daniel. His blood went cold. His name. It knew his name. He didn't answer. The whisper came again, drawn out like a dying breath. Daniel, let me in. He backed away, trembling. Fingers, long, thin fingers, slid under the door, reaching into the cabin. He screamed, grabbing the nearest thing, a chair, and slammed it down against the probing hand. The fingers recoiled with a sickening crack, and something outside hissed, low and animalistic. The cabin shook as if something enormous slammed against it. Once, twice, again. Daniel stumbled, barely holding onto the axe, ears ringing. Then, silence. Dead silence. He didn't move. He didn't sleep. As the first pale light of dawn crept through the windows, Daniel opened the door. The porch was destroyed. Boards cracked, splintered, clawed to ribbons. Deep scratches gouged the doorframe. Blood, dark, almost black, stained the wood. And at the top of the stairs lay something pale. A finger. Long. Thin. Too many joints. Not human. Daniel didn't pack. Didn't think. He jumped into his truck, turned the key, and tore down the dirt road so fast he nearly spun out on the bends. He didn't stop until he reached the highway, shaking so hard he could barely keep the truck straight. He never went back, but sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet, Daniel swears he hears it again, that slow, dragging scrape across the floor, searching, learning, waiting, for the moment he's alone again. Story the end. The gravel road leading to the cabin was barely visible under a blanket of dead leaves, the trees leaning inward like they were trying to swallow the path whole. I had rented the place for a week, an old hunting cabin deep in the Adirondacks, because I needed space, quiet, and time away from people. My job was draining me. My friends were wrapped up in their own lives, and I had begun to feel like I was disappearing into routine. A week alone in nature sounded perfect. The cabin looked exactly as the photos showed, small, weathered, with a stone chimney and a porch that sagged slightly on one side. The owner had left the key under a rock by the door. When I stepped inside, the air felt stale, as if no one had breathed it in years. The wooden floor creaked loudly beneath my boots, echoing through the place. There were 2 rooms, a small living space with a couch and fireplace, and a bedroom with an old iron frame bed. No TV, no Wi-Fi, no cell signal the moment I passed the last turnoff. Exactly what I had asked for. That first night, after unpacking and making a fire, I sat with a book and listened to the wind moan through the trees. It wasn't peaceful the way the wilderness is often described. It felt restless, uneasy, as if the woods were shifting, circling, thinking. But I brushed it off. It was just the adjustment to silence. Around midnight, I woke on the couch to a thudding sound outside, heavy, not rhythmic, like something large stepping in wet soil. I sat still, barely breathing, listening. The sound moved around the cabin, slow, deliberate. I told myself it was a deer or maybe a bear, but it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like someone trying to walk quietly, failing with every step. I held my breath until the footsteps faded into the distance. I didn't sleep again. In the morning, I stepped outside to check around the cabin. No tracks, no disturbed leaves, nothing to explain the noise. I laughed to myself, embarrassed by how quickly solitude had turned into paranoia. I spent that day hiking the nearby trails. The forest was dense, shadowed even under the midday sun. At one point, I found a rusted chain hanging from a tree limb, swaying slightly, though there was no breeze. I stepped back, unsettled but unwilling to admit fear, and kept walking. Still, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched from somewhere behind the trees. When I returned in the late afternoon, something was wrong the moment I stepped inside. The air was colder, too cold. I checked the windows. They were still locked. The firewood pile hadn't been touched. But the bedroom door, which I knew for a fact I had left open, was closed. I swallowed hard and pushed it open. Nothing inside. Just the bed, the dresser, and my bag where I had left it. Still, the room felt wrong, like someone had just stepped out moments before I entered. That night, the sounds returned. Not footsteps this time, scraping. Long, slow, dragging scrapes along the walls. It circled the cabin again and again until I felt sick with fear. I curled under the blanket on the couch, clutching a flashlight like a lifeline. Every few minutes, the scraping stopped, replaced by a low tapping on the window nearest me. I stayed still. I didn't look. I couldn't. Eventually, the sounds moved to the roof. Something paced overhead, too heavy to be a raccoon or a fox. It paced back and forth, each step vibrating through the ceiling beams. Then it stopped directly above me. I felt the weight of its presence like pressure on my chest. A slow, deliberate knock hit the ceiling. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't move a muscle until the first light of morning crept through the windows. Again, no tracks, no marks, nothing on the roof when I forced myself to climb up and look. By the third night, I was exhausted, jumpy, and beginning to regret coming at all. The cabin felt smaller with every hour, the walls seeming to close in. I had tried to distract myself by writing, then reading, then pacing, but nothing eased the tightness in my chest. The sun had barely set when the noises began, this time inside the walls, soft at first, scratching, like long fingernails. They traveled behind the wood paneling, following me as I moved from room to room. I pressed my ear to the wall near the fireplace, and the scratching stopped instantly. For a moment, I thought it was over. Then a voice whispered my name from inside the wall. I jolted back, tripping over the coffee table and falling hard. My heart slammed against my ribs so violently I thought it would tear itself free. I scrambled to the door and yanked it open. The forest was pitch black. No moon, no stars, no sound. The darkness felt thick, swallowing the light from the cabin. I slammed the door shut and locked it. The whispering began again, coming from behind every wall at once. My name, repeated slowly, calmly, almost lovingly. When I covered my ears, the whispering didn't stop. It slipped inside my head, vibrating in my skull. I dropped to my knees, trying to block it out, but it grew louder, overlapping with itself, dozens of voices murmuring in unison. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. I stayed on the floor for what felt like an hour before I dared to move. The silence pressed in so hard the air felt thick, heavy. I crawled onto the bed in the bedroom, knife from the kitchen clutched in my hand, and lay there shaking. At some point, exhaustion pulled me into a fitful sleep. I woke to the sound of the bedroom door shutting softly. I bolted upright. Someone was in the cabin with me. My breath caught as I listened to slow footsteps moving toward the bed. The darkness in the room was thick, impenetrable, but I could hear the floorboards creaking under each step. The footsteps stopped at the foot of the bed. I raised the knife, shaking so badly the blade trembled in my hand. A hand touched my ankle. Cold, human, strong. I screamed and kicked wildly, scrambling backward across the bed. I lunged for the lamp and flicked it on. The room was empty. My ankle burned where the hand had gripped me. I stared at the skin, 5 dark, bruise-like marks in the shape of fingers. That was enough. I grabbed my bag, ran to the car, and didn't care that I couldn't see the road clearly in the pitch-black forest. I drove, swerving around trees and potholes until I found the main road. Only then did I look in the rearview mirror. The cabin porch light was on, and on the porch I swear I saw a figure. Tall, thin, head tilted slightly as though listening, watching me leave. I didn't stop driving until I reached a town with streetlights. It's been months since then. I moved to a new apartment, a busy city where noise fills every second. But some nights when things quiet down for just a moment, I hear it again. The scraping, far away at first, then close, closer, as if the walls around me remember something I can't ever forget. Sometimes I wake to the feeling of a cold hand gripping my ankle. And every now and then, when I walk past a window, I see a tall figure standing just beyond the glass, head tilted, watching, patient as ever. Story the end. The cabin was the kind of place you'd miss if you blinked while driving past it. Half hidden behind tall fir trees, sagging under its own age, and so quiet it felt like the world forgot it existed. Mark had found it listed on a rental website, advertised as perfect for solitude, writing, and reflection. He wasn't a writer, but after his recent breakup and months of stress at work, the idea of silence sounded like medicine. He drove from Wisconsin up into the Northwoods, where the roads narrowed and the sky darkened under thick clouds. When he finally turned onto the gravel driveway, the woods swallowed his truck. The trees pressed close on both sides, branches hanging low like bony hands reaching out. The cabin came into view at the end of the drive, a single-story wooden place with a wraparound porch and a rusted lantern hanging crooked above the door. He had expected something quaint. This looked abandoned. Still, he was tired. He unlocked the door, stepped inside, and was hit with the scent of dust and old wood. A fireplace sat cold at the far end, and a small kitchenette took up the corner. The place wasn't dirty, just untouched, as though no one had been inside for far longer than the listing suggested. He dropped his bags and made a quick round, checking windows, testing the water, flipping light switches. Everything worked. He found a guest book on the kitchen counter filled with comments. Lovely stay. So peaceful. Would come again. The most recent entry was dated 2 years ago. He wondered about that, but exhaustion tugged at him more than curiosity. He started a fire, heated up a can of soup, and settled on the old couch with a blanket. The woods outside were already pitch dark, the kind of darkness that felt thick like it pushed its way up to the windows. He tried not to think about how far from civilization he was. Around 11 p.m., he heard something outside. 3 slow knocks on the porch floorboards. Not on the door, on the boards themselves, as if someone was tapping the wood under their feet. Mark froze. He listened so hard his ears ached, but the cabin went silent again. No wind, no footsteps, not even the groan of settling wood. He waited 10 minutes before grabbing his flashlight and stepping to the window. He swept the beam across the porch, along the railing, across the trees. Nothing. He told himself it was probably an animal, a deer, maybe. The boards were old, they creaked easily, but something about the rhythm of those knocks had felt human. Eventually he crawled into bed, though sleep didn't come easy. When it did, it was thin and restless. He woke up at 3:12 a.m. to the sound of running. Someone ran the entire length of the porch. Fast, heavy. The footsteps pounded from one end to the other, then stopped suddenly, as if whoever had been running came to a dead halt right in front of the bedroom window. Mark held his breath. He couldn't see anything. The curtains were drawn. The woods were silent. After several agonizing seconds, he whispered, Hello? A slow exhale, a breath that didn't belong to him, fogged the glass from the outside. He scrambled backward, hitting the wall behind him. The breath stain lingered on the window, thick and unmistakably human. He didn't sleep after that. The next morning, with daylight making the woods less menacing, he forced himself to step outside. Snow crunched under his boots. The air was painfully cold. He approached the bedroom window and found the breath mark still there, a faint circle in the frost. Below it, footprints. Not boots. Bare feet, large ones. They circled the cabin like someone had walked barefoot through the snow for some time. The prints were deep, as though whoever made them was heavy or moving slowly. His stomach sank. No animal made prints like that. No person should be out here barefoot, and definitely not in the middle of the night. He grabbed his phone and tried calling the rental owner, but the call dropped. He tried again, failed. He managed to get enough signal to load a text message, but not to send one. He considered packing up and leaving, but logic argued against it. It could have been a hiker, a lost camper, someone delirious, someone who needed help. And besides, no one had tried to break in. He told himself he'd stay one more night. Just one. Then he'd head back early in the morning. He spent the day anxious and alert, checking the porch every hour, listening for movement in the woods. A few times he thought he saw something tall shift between the trees. A flash of movement, a dark silhouette, but every time he blinked, it was gone. As evening fell, the forest dimmed to black again. Mark kept every lamp on. He sat at the kitchen table, staring at the door, gripping a fireplace poker he'd brought inside. At 1:37 a.m., the knocking returned, but not on the porch. This time it came from the back wall, slow, deliberate taps spaced evenly apart, the kind of knocks you'd expect from someone running their fingers along the exterior. Mark's chest tightened. He tiptoed to the window and peeked through a slit in the curtain. Something stood at the edge of the tree line. Tall. Too tall. 7 feet? 8? A stretched outline. Human-shaped but wrong. Thin limbs, long arms hanging past its knees, completely still, staring at the cabin. He stumbled back from the window and sank into the couch, heart pounding so violently he felt dizzy. He didn't look again, not for a long time. When he finally dared to check, the figure was gone, but the knocking had moved closer. Now it came from under the porch, then from the side wall, then from the window frame behind him. Tap, tap, tap. Light, curious. Almost playful. Mark stayed awake until dawn, gripping the poker so tightly his knuckles ached. When the gray morning light crept into the cabin, the sound finally stopped. He'd had enough. He grabbed his keys, stuffed what he could into his bag, and raced to his truck without even putting on proper winter gear. He started the engine and reversed down the driveway, gravel spraying wildly behind him. As the cabin shrank in the rearview mirror, something stepped out of the trees near the porch. Tall, thin, dark. It watched him leave. Even as he reached the main road, his breath came fast and shallow, eyes darting between mirrors. He half expected to see the figure chasing after him. He didn't slow down for miles. Back home, surrounded by city noise and lights, the fear should have faded. It didn't. 3 days later, as he sorted through his laundry, he found something that didn't belong. Wedged in the pocket of the jacket he had worn at the cabin was a single scrap of paper. It looked torn from the cabin's guest book. On it, in shaky handwriting, "It comes back when you do." Mark felt every hair on his body rise. He hadn't opened the guest books the first day, hadn't touched it since. Someone had put that paper in his pocket, someone had gotten close enough to reach into his clothes. He locked his apartment door, then he locked it again, and again. But that night, as he lay awake, he heard something outside the second-story window, a faint, familiar sound. Tap, 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 like fingernails on glass, slowly tracing the outline of the frame. He didn't look. He told himself it had followed him, waited for him, learned where he lived, and he knew, deep in his bones, that it wouldn't leave. Not now. Not ever. Story the end. The first time I saw the cabin, it was through a blur of rain. I'd driven nearly 6 hours into the mountains of western Montana, following vague directions my uncle had scribbled years ago in a letter. The cabin had been his, until he disappeared during a hunting trip. No one ever found him. No body, no tracks, just his truck parked neatly outside the cabin and the door left slightly open. My mother told me not to go, but I couldn't shake the need to see the place for myself. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe something darker. Maybe I just needed to know if the stories were true. The driveway was almost completely swallowed by weeds. My tires crunched over gravel and roots as I pulled up. The cabin was smaller than I expected, built from thick logs that were blackened by decades of rain and snow. The windows were dusty, cracked in places, and the porch sagged under the weight of years without repair. Everything about it reeked of abandonment. And yet, the moment I stepped out of the car, the air felt heavy, like someone had exhaled right beside me. I should have left then. Inside, the place smelled like mildew and old wood. Dust lay thick on the furniture. An armchair, a narrow table, a single bed tucked in the corner. A few of my uncle's belongings still sat where he had left them. A tin mug, a rusted lantern, and a faded red flannel draped over the back of a chair. I picked it up and shook the dust from it, the smell of pine clinging faintly to the fabric. For a moment, it felt like he was just outside chopping wood, like he'd walk through the door any second and crack one of his crooked smiles. But the cabin was silent. Too silent. I unpacked my bag, made a small fire, and sat at the table with a cup of instant coffee. Rain pattered against the roof, steady but distant, as though the sound traveled from far off rather than from inches above. The flames in the fireplace flickered weakly, then brightened for no reason, then dimmed again. I blamed the wind pushing down the chimney, but the air inside the cabin didn't stir. Not even once. That night, I slept fitfully. Every time I started to drift off, the floor creaked somewhere in the darkness. Not the natural settling of wood, but slow, careful steps. I kept telling myself it was the wind or my imagination, but my imagination had never been so precise or so heavy-footed. At one point, I sat up and held my breath. The steps stopped, the cabin waited, and then, with a long, dragging groan, the porch outside complained under some weight. Something was out there. I grabbed the flashlight and crept to the window. The beam cut across the porch, wet wood, empty rocking chair, old tools piled in a bucket. Nothing. No movement, no animals, no person. I let out a breath, though it trembled as it left me. I shut the curtains and tried to convince myself I was tired, hearing things. Stress did that. Loneliness did that. And this place breathed solitude like smoke. The second day was calmer. I walked the surrounding woods, following the trail my uncle supposedly took on his last day. The path wound between old fir trees and brush, thick enough to snag my clothes every few steps. I tried to imagine him walking here, boots crunching frost, shotgun over his shoulder, breath rising in morning chill. He'd loved this land. He used to tell me the forest spoke to him. My mother insisted he meant he loved the quiet. But even as a kid, I had felt he meant something more literal. Around noon, I found a clearing where the trees thinned. In the center lay a small circle of stones, charred black, as though someone had built a fire there not long ago. But the weather had been cold and damp for weeks. No footprints remained, and no ash stirred at my touch. The stones were warm. I walked back to the cabin faster than I planned. By late afternoon, the sky turned gray, and fog wrapped itself around the tree line like a living thing. I stayed inside, trying to focus on making dinner, but the cabin felt different. The air felt thicker, colder. The fire popped violently once, sending sparks onto the rug. I stomped them out and turned to check the window, and froze. A shadow stood between the trees, tall, still. Watching the cabin, I blinked and it vanished. My stomach dropped to my feet. I backed away from the window and grabbed the fire poker with shaking hands. I waited 5 minutes, 10, 15. No movement. Eventually, I forced myself to return to the table. I didn't eat much that night, but I tried. It was around midnight when the knocking started. Not loud, not forceful, just a soft, rhythmic tap on the porch. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up in bed, heart pounding so fast it hurt. The tapping continued, slow, patient, like whoever was doing it had all the time in the world. I didn't breathe, didn't blink, didn't move. The tapping paused, then resumed on the opposite wall. Tap, tap, tap. Something was circling the cabin. I clenched my jaw to keep from screaming. After nearly 20 minutes, the noise stopped. Silence swept in like a blanket, and smothering every other sound, I waited a long time before I dared to lie down again. Sleep never came. The third day, the forest felt sinister. Birds didn't sing. No small animals rustled through the brush. The woods were dead silent, as if the world was holding its breath. I didn't feel eyes on me anymore. I knew eyes were on me. I saw tree branches sway without wind. I heard something pace just beyond the fog. I never caught a clear glimpse, but I felt it. It moved when I moved, stopped when I stopped. I returned to the cabin, shaking so badly I dropped the lantern twice. I barricaded the door with a chair and a heavy trunk I found in the corner. It wasn't much, but it felt better than nothing. I kept the fire burning, though the flames sputtered beyond reason. Every so often, I thought I heard someone breathing near the chimney flue. As night fell, the fog thickened until I couldn't see more than 5 feet beyond the porch. I decided not to look outside at all. I sat on the floor, knees to my chest, gripping the fire poker. The cabin groaned as the temperature dropped, colder than it should have been with a fire going strong, and then the whispering started. At first, it was a single voice, too faint to make out words. Then another joined it, and another. Soon it sounded like dozens of them murmuring outside the cabin walls. My skin crawled. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the whispers seeped through my fingers, soft, urgent, familiar. One of them sounded like my uncle. "Let me in." I shook my head. No, 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 no. The voices grew louder, though never shouting, just whispering faster, overlapping, desperate. The fire dimmed to a sliver of orange. I didn't dare move. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, it was impossible to tell. Time lost its shape. The whispering stopped all at once. Then came the footsteps. Not outside, inside. Something walked across the floorboards of the loft above me. Slow, deliberate, heavy. My throat dried instantly. I stared at the ceiling as dust drifted down from the old wood. Another step, then another. It paced the length of the loft, turning sharply at the wall, repeating the same pattern again and again. I squeezed my eyes shut. I didn't want to see it if it came down the stairs. The footsteps paused. Silence. Then a long, dragging scrape moved across the ceiling directly above where I sat. A sound like fingernails or bones drawn across wood. I bolted for the door. I shoved aside the chair and trunk, flung the door open, and ran into the fog. The cold hit me like a slap. I sprinted toward my car, stumbling in the thick mist. The forest loomed as a shapeless gray mass on every side. Behind me, the cabin door slammed open. Something stepped onto the porch. I didn't look back. I reached the car, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. The fog pressed in from every direction. The engine sputtered, refusing to catch. I twisted the key again and again until the figure stepped out of the fog. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen. Its limbs were too long, its shoulders wrong, its head cocked unnaturally to one side. It stood 10 feet from the car, still as a tree. I could feel its eyes, even though I couldn't see a face beneath the shadow covering it. The car finally roared to life. I slammed my foot on the gas and tore down the gravel road, the figure shrinking into the fog behind me. I didn't stop driving until I reached the main highway, heart hammering, tears streaming down my face. I never went back. I never told my family the truth. They wouldn't have believed me. They think the cabin is just an old building, haunted only by tragedy and rumors. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear tapping on my window. 3 soft taps, tap, 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 patient, familiar, waiting, story the end. The drive to the cabin had been longer than I remembered. The winding mountain roads stretched endlessly, flanked by dense evergreens that seemed to close in with every mile. I had been looking forward to this weekend alone in the woods. No phone service, no emails, just me and the quiet. My friends thought it was strange to want to be completely isolated, but I liked it that way. Or at least I had thought I did. The cabin appeared suddenly, a modest wooden structure nestled at the edge of a clearing. Its windows were dark and the wood smelled faintly of pine and smoke. I parked my car beside it and unloaded my bag, the crunch of gravel underfoot echoing in the stillness. There was a charm in its simplicity. A small porch with a single rocking chair, a stone chimney, and an old brass lantern hanging by the door. I fumbled with the keys, the lock stiff from disuse, and stepped inside. Inside, the cabin was warmer than I expected. The wood walls and floor absorbed the afternoon sunlight, making the space feel cozy. Dust motes danced in the beams of light cutting through the windows. A fireplace dominated one wall, stacked with firewood, and an old sofa sat opposite it, threadbare but inviting. I dropped my bag, letting out a sigh. This was exactly what I needed. I spent the afternoon unpacking, arranging my things, and lighting a fire. I found a box of matches in a drawer near the hearth and struck one, the flame catching on the kindling immediately. The sound of the crackling fire filled the cabin, and I settled into the sofa with a book I had brought along. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, but inside I felt a calm that only complete isolation could bring. Night fell faster than I anticipated. The sky darkened to a deep, deep indigo, and the stars appeared in swathes, unbroken by city lights. I went out onto the porch to take it all in. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I leaned on the railing, letting the silence wash over me. It was the kind of quiet that makes you acutely aware of every sound, a branch snapping somewhere in the woods, the distant hoot of an owl. I told myself it was just nature, nothing more. I went back inside, closing the door firmly behind me. The lock clicked, and I felt a small reassurance in that sound. I cooked myself a simple dinner, a can of soup heated over the stove, and ate while watching the fire. Then I decided to explore the cabin more thoroughly. Upstairs, there was a small loft with a single bed. I flicked on the small lamp by the bedside and noticed a stack of journals on the nightstand. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the first one. The pages were filled with neat, careful handwriting, documenting days spent in the cabin. Most entries were mundane: weather, chores, occasional visitors. But as I flipped through, I noticed a shift. The handwriting became sloppier, the sentences shorter. The author wrote about feeling watched, hearing footsteps outside at night, hearing whispers carried by the wind. The final entries were just a few words scrawled across the page. "Don't look, he waits." A shiver ran down my spine. I shook it off, telling myself it was just someone's imagination, just old cabin tales meant to thrill or frighten. I closed the journal and returned downstairs, locking the door behind me. Around midnight, I started to feel uneasy. The wind had picked up, rattling the windows, and every small creak in the cabin made me jump. I tried to focus on a movie on my laptop, but the internet wasn't working, and the silence seemed heavier than before. I decided to call it a night, climbing into bed and pulling the covers tight. The fire had burned low, and the room was bathed in shadows. That's when I heard it, the first distinct sound that didn't belong to the wind. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the floor below. I froze, straining to hear. They stopped. My heart thumped loudly in my chest. I told myself it was impossible. I was alone. Maybe it was an animal, I reasoned, but the pattern of the steps was too steady, too human. I grabbed my phone, hoping to use it as a flashlight, but there was no service. The house felt suddenly vast and alien, every shadow a potential threat. I held my breath, waiting. Then, a soft tap came at the door. Tap, tap, tap. My mind screamed at me to move, to run, but my body refused. The taps continued slow and measured, then stopped. I could hear nothing else. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, the stress of isolation playing tricks. I told myself to sleep, but I couldn't. Around 2 a.m, I heard the whisper, faint, almost a breeze, yet clear enough to make my blood run cold. "I see you." I bolted upright, heart hammering. The fire had burned down to embers, casting the room in a dull red glow. I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer by the bed, my hands shaking as I flicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, bouncing across the walls, the furniture. Nothing. Nothing was there. I debated leaving, going out into the dark woods to my car, but the thought of being outside, completely exposed, was worse than staying inside. I pulled on a sweater and sat on the bed, listening. Every creak of the cabin felt magnified. Then I heard it again, the whisper, now unmistakably close. "I'm here." Panic surged through me. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter, holding it like a lifeline. I didn't dare move from the bed, too afraid to descend the stairs. Minutes stretched endlessly. Then a loud bang came from the front door, followed by another. I realized someone or something was outside, testing the door. I stumbled to the window, peering into the darkness. My flashlight beam caught nothing but trees swaying violently in the wind. But then, in the corner of the clearing, I saw it. A shadow, tall and still, just beyond the edge of the light. It didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood there. My breath caught in my throat. I blinked, and it was gone. I retreated to the bedroom, locking the door, the knife still clutched in my hand. My mind raced. Maybe I was hallucinating. Maybe it was some local prankster. But that didn't explain the whisper. I forced myself to stay awake, the hours crawling by. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadow at the edge of the clearing, felt the whispering voice closer, almost inside my head. Dawn broke slowly, gray and cold. I dared to glance out the window. Nothing. No shadow, no figure, only the trees and the remnants of night. The cabin seemed empty, harmless again. I packed my bag without a sound and left the cabin, the gravel crunching under my feet like an alarm. As I drove away, the cabin shrank behind me, swallowed by the trees. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave. That whisper, low and malevolent, seemed to cling to me, carried in the hum of the car engine. Even now, I can't explain what I heard, what I felt in that cabin. Some part of me knows I wasn't imagining it. Some part of me knows it wasn't alone. Years have passed since that night, and I've avoided cabins, avoided the woods. But sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I hear a whisper carried on the wind, just faint enough to make my skin crawl. I see you. Story. The end. A thin ribbon of road wound deeper and deeper into the Wyoming mountains until the trees swallowed everything, including the last trace of cell signal. I rented the cabin because the listing bragged about absolute isolation. At the time, that had sounded like heaven. I'd been desperate to escape. The constant emails, the ringing phone, the noise of neighbors who fought loudly enough to shake the walls. A long weekend alone felt like the cure for everything. By the time I pulled into the gravel clearing, late afternoon sun slid sideways through the pines. The cabin was older than the pictures had suggested. Dark wood, moss creeping up the lower logs, a roof that sagged a little in the middle, a rickety porch wrapped around the front, decorated with an empty rocking chair that swayed slightly, even though the air was dead still. I told myself it was just the wind, even though I couldn't feel a breeze. Inside, the place was basic but functional. A wood stove, a small table, a narrow staircase that led to a bedroom loft. The floorboards creaked under my feet, but the air smelled clean enough, pine and cold mountain air leaking through the old windows. I unpacked, made coffee, and sat outside watching the last light fade behind the peaks. It was quiet, unnaturally quiet. Not even birds. That should have been my first warning. I slept early that night, exhausted from the long drive. Sometime past midnight, I woke to a sound, 3 slow, heavy knocks. At first, I thought it was part of a dream. I stayed still, eyes open in the dark. The knocking came again, louder, and this time unmistakable. Someone or something was at the door. I sat up, heart pounding in my throat. The nearest town was over 20 miles away. Nobody should have been here. Trying not to make noise, I crept to the window and lifted the curtain just enough to see the porch. Only blackness stared back at me. The rocking chair was still now. The trees stood motionless. I waited. Nothing. After several minutes, I convinced myself it had been an animal bumping the door, maybe a deer or a bear. The door was sturdy. I checked the lock anyway, then returned to bed. I didn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., as I hovered between exhaustion and alertness, I heard it. Footsteps circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate. Something heavy moved just beyond the walls. I held my breath as the steps paused under the bedroom window. The old glass shivered slightly, like breath fogging it from outside. When the footsteps finally drifted away, I didn't move until dawn. The next morning, the world looked perfectly normal. Birds even returned, chirping like they had been there the whole time. I tried to shake off the night's terror. Maybe it had just been an animal curious about the cabin. I walked the perimeter anyway. Mud near the back corner was disturbed, large impressions, too large for a human, too oddly shaped for a bear. I crouched, staring at the prints. They were wide, flat, with long indentations that looked almost like fingers. 4 long ones and a shorter, crooked one off to the side. I stood so fast I almost fell. No. I told myself I was seeing patterns where none existed. The mud was uneven. Rocks underneath, maybe. Nothing supernatural. Nothing strange. But as I walked back inside, I caught a whiff of something, an odor drifting through the open window. Damp fur. Rot. Something that smelled like the underside of a fallen log in deep forest. Something that hadn't seen sunlight in years. I slammed the window shut. By midday, clouds rolled in, thick and dark. Rain hammered the cabin in sheets. I made soup on the stove and read by lantern light when the electricity flickered out. The storm howled. The wind shoved at the walls. The cabin felt small, fragile. I tried not to think of the footsteps outside. Night came again, and with it, the knocking. This time it wasn't slow. It was frantic. 5, 6, 7 knocks in quick succession, hard enough to rattle the entire frame. I shot upright, freezing. Then silence. My hands shook as I climbed down the steps. I approached the front door and pressed my ear against it. Nothing. I mustered enough courage to look out the window and saw only darkness and thrashing trees. No figure, no movement. Then behind me, from the kitchen window, tap, tap, tap. I spun, knife from the counter in hand. Something pale slid past the glass, a shape, a face. Then it was gone. I backed away until I hit the stairs behind me. My breathing was loud, too loud. The storm drowned everything else out, and for a moment I believed I might still be imagining things. Then came the sound from the roof. Not branches, not debris, footsteps, heavy ones. They thudded across the old shingles, just making dust spill from the ceiling joists. Slow, pacing steps. Whatever it was big. Its weight shifted the roof visibly. I held my breath, eyes fixed upward. The steps moved above the bedroom loft, then toward the chimney, then toward the front of the cabin. Then it jumped. The thud shook the walls. Dirt rained down. I heard the scraping of claws, long claws, dragging down the front door. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping. Something snorted. Right outside. Something alive. I grabbed my bag, my keys, anything I could reach. I wasn't staying another second. The storm be damned, I needed to get out. I tore the door open, sprinting into the rain. The cold slapped me instantly. Mud sucked at my boots. I didn't look behind me. I couldn't. I just ran for the car. I was maybe 10 feet away when I heard branches crack behind me. Something huge was moving. Fast. I dove into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and hit the locks. My hands fumbled on the keys, slipping from panic and rainwater. When I finally jammed them in and turned, the headlights flashed on, and there it was, standing at the tree line, tall, wrong, too long-limbed, its skin pale against the dark storm, its head tilted, watching me, studying me, like it knew me. My stomach dropped into ice. It stepped forward. I floored the accelerator. The tires spun in the mud, fishtailing wildly, but the car lurched forward. I didn't look back again, not even as branches slapped the sides of the vehicle. I drove like a madman down the mountain road, skidding on wet gravel, praying I wouldn't slide off the cliffs. I didn't slow down until the cabin was miles behind me. When I finally reached pavement and a sliver of cell signal returned, I pulled over and sobbed for nearly an hour. I never reported what happened. Who would believe me? A thing in the woods? Footsteps on the roof? A creature watching me from the trees? They would chalk it up to exhaustion, stress, imagination, but I know what I saw, I know what I heard, and I know it wasn't human. For weeks afterwards, sleep was impossible. Every time I drifted off, I saw that shape at the edge of the headlights. I heard the knocking again. I smelled that damp, rotting forest scent. Months have passed since then, but sometimes late at night, I swear I hear tapping against my apartment window. Soft, slow, familiar. I live on the 4th floor. There are no trees outside my window, and still, I don't look. I won't, because I know it followed me, and it's still waiting. Story the end. The driveway leading to the cabin was barely more than a pair of ruts carved into the forest floor. My rental car bounced and lurched with every deep groove, and branches scraped along the sides like fingernails on metal. I told myself it was worth it, that a week away from work, from the noise, from everything, would help me reset. The listing had described the place as secluded, quiet, and perfect for solitude. I had wanted solitude. At least that's what I thought. The cabin came into view only when I nearly hit it. A squat wooden structure, weather-beaten, with a sagging porch and windows half hidden behind crooked shutters. The woods pressed in close, far closer than the photos had shown. I got out, inhaling the cold October air. It smelled like pine needles and damp earth, unmistakably wild. I felt a ripple of unease, but I blamed it on the long drive. Inside, the cabin was small but tidy. A single bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a living room with an old stone fireplace. The decor was dated, faded curtains, a scratchy couch, a wall clock that ticked loudly enough to be annoying. But it felt safe. Or at least, not unsafe. I unpacked, ate a quick dinner, and settled in for the night. The first few hours were peaceful. I listened to the wind, the occasional distant call of an animal I didn't recognize, and the rhythmic ticking of the clock. I fell asleep easily. Sometime around 1 a.m., I woke up abruptly, my heart pounding. I listened, confused, until I heard what had woken me, a soft thump outside, then another. Slow. Deliberate. Something or someone was walking around the cabin. I sat up, straining to hear more. The footsteps circled the cabin, crunching through the fallen leaves. Whoever it was didn't speak, didn't move quickly, didn't make any attempt to hide. They just walked. I thought about grabbing my flashlight, but fear pinned me to the bed. After a few minutes, the footsteps stopped. Silence swallowed the cabin again. I didn't sleep much after that. In the morning, I convinced myself it had been an animal, a deer, maybe, or a bear, something harmless if left alone. But when I stepped outside, my breath caught in my throat. Tracks encircled the entire cabin, not animal tracks. Footprints. Bare footprints. Human. They were long, wide, and spaced strangely far apart, as if whoever made them had taken exaggerated steps. I followed them a few feet into the woods before stopping. The tracks continued, winding between the trees until they vanished into the underbrush. The forest swallowed them completely. The rest of the day passed uneasily. I tried reading, I tried hiking, I tried cooking, but every gust of wind sounded like footsteps. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. I told myself I'd leave the next morning, that this trip wasn't worth the anxiety. That night, I built a fire. The flames cast a warm, flickering glow across the living room. I curled up on the couch, trying to ignore the sense of being watched. Around 10 p.m., I heard a faint dragging sound outside, something heavy sliding across the ground. I muted the small radio I'd been playing and listened. The dragging stopped directly outside the front door. The doorknob rattled. I froze. It jerked left and right, not violently but insistently, like someone trying to test it. The door creaked as pressure pushed against it. I backed away slowly, my pulse pounding in my ears. After what felt like forever, the rattling stopped. I waited. 10 seconds. 30. A minute. Then came the tapping. Soft, deliberate taps on the wood. Not knocking, tapping. A pattern, almost rhythmic. I didn't recognize it, but it felt intentional. Intelligent. I backed into the hallway, gripping a fireplace poker with sweaty hands. The tapping drifted from the door to the windows, slowly making its way around the cabin. Tap, tap, tap. Always at waist height, never too hard, never too fast. Eventually, the tapping reached the bedroom window. I held my breath, staring at the thin curtains. A shadow passed behind them, tall, thin, misshapen, too tall. The top of the shadow nearly reached the top of the window frame. My stomach twisted painfully. Then, as quietly as it had begun, the tapping stopped. I didn't sleep at all. When dawn finally came, I packed my bag in record time. I didn't care if I left things behind, I just needed to leave. But when I opened the front door, something lay on the porch. A pile of stones arranged in a circle, perfectly symmetrical. At the center was a feather, black and jagged. The stones were damp with morning dew, but the feather was bone dry. Next to the stone circle was a piece of paper. I picked it up with trembling hands. It was torn from a book, covered in messy handwriting. You should not have come alone. I dropped it like it burned. My breath fogged in the cold air as I ran to my car. But the forest had different plans. The narrow road leading away from the cabin felt wrong. The trees seemed closer than before, branches arching overhead like twisted fingers. I drove cautiously, heart pounding. Then the road ended. Not at a crossroad, not at a turn, just ended. A wall of dense trees blocked the path where yesterday there had been open road. I stared, dumbfounded. I had driven up this same path. There had been no trees. I reversed, retracing my path, only to find a fallen log blocking the way back to the cabin. It was too big to move, too heavy to push aside. Something was trapping me. I spent the rest of the day trying every possible path on foot, marking trees like breadcrumbs. Every trail looped back to the cabin, every single one. When evening came, the woods felt alive. Every rustle, every broken twig made me spin around. I couldn't see anyone, couldn't hear footsteps, but the sensation of being watched grew unbearable. Back inside the cabin, I barricaded the door with furniture. The sun dipped below the treetops, and the darkness crept in like a living thing. Then the cabin clock stopped ticking. I didn't notice it at first, not until the silence became unnatural. I glanced at it. The hands were frozen at 9:17. A chill crawled up my spine. A whisper drifted from the kitchen. Not a wind, not an animal. A voice, low, raspy, close. I gripped the poker again, forcing myself to move toward the sound. My breaths were shallow, loud in my own ears. I peeked into the kitchen. Nothing, but the back door was open, just a few inches, just wide enough for someone to slip inside. I felt the presence before I saw anything. The air went cold, heavy, thick like fog in my lungs. My skin prickled. A shadow stretched across the floor, long and thin, coming from behind the partially open door. It moved. I staggered backward. The door creaked wider, A hand, if it was a hand, wrapped around the edge. Long fingers. Too long. Joints bent at wrong angles. Skin pale like bone under moonlight. The hand tapped the wood 3 times, slow and deliberate. I screamed. The lights flickered violently. The tapping grew faster, then spread. Door, walls, windows, as if dozens of hands were drumming in unison. The cabin groaned. The shadows on the walls twisted, stretched, converged. I bolted into the bathroom, slammed the door, and locked it. The tapping followed me, crawling along the walls like insects. I covered my ears, rocking on the cold tile floor, the breath knocked out of me by pure terror. At some point, I passed out. When I woke, sunlight leaked through the small bathroom window. The tapping was gone. The house was silent. I stepped outside cautiously. The stone circle was gone. The feather was gone. But something new waited on the porch. A small wooden carving of me. Same clothes, same hair. But the eyes were hollow. I ran. I didn't bother with the car. I didn't stop until the trees thinned and a highway appeared in the distance. I flagged down a passing pickup. The driver asked what had happened, why I was bleeding, why I looked terrified, but I couldn't explain it. Not in any way that made sense. The police went to the cabin a week later. They found nothing, not a single stone, no carving, no footprints, no sign I'd ever been there. But every few nights when I'm alone, I hear tapping at my windows. Soft, rhythmic, patient. And sometimes when I wake up unexpectedly in the middle of the night, the clock on my nightstand has stopped at 9:17. Story the end. Snow had already begun to fall by the time I turned off the old Forest Service road and followed the narrow trail leading up to the cabin. The rental listing had described it as rustic, isolated, perfect for deep rest. What it failed to mention was that the nearest neighbor was 10 miles away, and the surrounding woods were dense enough to feel like the world ended just past the tree line. I parked beside the cabin, a weathered, single-room wooden structure perched on a slight incline, and stepped out into the biting, early December cold. The sky was heavy and gray, daylight already fading even though it wasn't yet 4 in the afternoon. I unlocked the cabin door, pushing it open to a blast of cold, stale air. Inside, it looked about how I expected. A small kitchen area on the left, a potbelly stove in the corner, a battered couch, and a bed shoved against the far wall. It wasn't much, but I wasn't looking for comfort. I needed quiet, real quiet. After a rough year, work stress, a breakup, restless sleep, I wanted a week with no people, no phones, no obligations, just me and the sound of snow. I set my bag down, shivered, and got a fire started in the stove. As the room warmed, a feeling of relief washed through me. The silence was clean, pure. I made some tea, sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, and let the calm settle into my bones. But calm is a slippery thing. By the time darkness swallowed the woods, the wind began to howl, long, low moans that felt almost human. I tried to ignore it. Old cabins make noises. The wind pushes against thin walls. The forest shifts and cracks, perfectly normal things. Around 10 p.m., I crawled into bed, though the fire still glowed faintly red. I had barely closed my eyes when I heard it. A crunching sound outside. Footsteps. Slow, measured, unmistakable. I froze. Breath caught in my throat. There shouldn't have been anyone out here. No one knew I was here except the property owner and a friend back home. The footsteps grew closer, stopping right outside the cabin wall. I stayed perfectly still, listening. Crunch. Crunch. Snow being compressed under weight. Then, a dragging sound, like something being pulled. I grabbed the flashlight on the nightstand and clicked it on. The beam trembled in my shaking hands. I didn't dare look out the window. Instead, I pressed my ear to the wall. The sound had stopped completely. No footsteps, no dragging, just the wind. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been an animal, maybe a deer or an elk, trudging through the snow. I lay back down and forced sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. Not when, minutes later, I heard soft tapping on the front door. 3 taps. Slow. Deliberate. I didn't move. Couldn't move. My mind raced. Should I answer? Should I yell? Should I pretend I wasn't here? The tapping stopped. The footsteps returned, crunching through the snow as they circled the cabin. Once, twice, a third time, and then silence. I didn't sleep at all. When morning finally came, I pulled back the curtains and scanned the area outside. My stomach tightened. There were footprints, large ones, leading from the woods to the door, then looping around the entire cabin several times. They weren't animal tracks. They were perfectly human. And the dragging marks, they were real too. Long grooves carved through the snow like something heavy had been pulled alongside whoever had walked through the night. Against every survival instinct I had, I stepped outside for a closer look. The wind cut through my coat, but I followed the tracks a few feet before they vanished abruptly at the edge of the forest, swallowed by shadow. I stared into the trees. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. But it felt like something was watching me back. I hurried inside, locked the door, and shoved a chair under the handle. I told myself I'd leave that afternoon. But hours passed and the snow thickened, falling harder faster until the trail out was completely buried. Driving out would be impossible for at least a day. Fine. Just survive until tomorrow, I told myself. But deep down, I knew the night would bring whoever or whatever had walked those circles. The hours crawled by. I tried reading, tried drinking tea, tried keeping myself busy, but my mind kept replaying the sound of those footsteps, the dragging, the tapping. By evening, the wind was back, harsher than before, shrieking past the cabin like something angry. I built the fire higher and sat with my back against the wall, knife in hand, even though I knew how pathetic a kitchen knife was against anything determined. Around 9, the footsteps returned. I heard them before I saw anything, crunching through thick snow, slow but steady. I crawled to the window, leaving the lamp off, and peered through the narrow crack in the curtain. A figure stood just beyond the circle of light cast by the fire glow through the window. Tall, thin, dressed in dark, tattered clothing, completely still, except for the head. The head twitched, sharp, jerking movements like someone fighting an invisible hand twisting their neck. The figure tilted once, twice, then jerked again so violently I flinched. Then it turned toward the cabin window. I dropped instantly, lying flat on the floor. It had seen me. I knew it had. I crawled backward, heart slamming against my ribs. The footsteps resumed, crunching closer until they stopped directly outside the window. I could hear breathing through the wall, ragged, uneven, inches from my face, and then the tapping started again. On the door this time. Not on the door this time. On the window. Tap. 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 Slow. Patient. Like it knew I had nowhere to go. The tapping grew harder, more insistent. I covered my ears, shutting my eyes tight. "Please go," I whispered. The tapping stopped, but the breathing stayed. Long, slow, damp, like air being forced through a throat full of water. I remained frozen on the floor for nearly an hour, listening as the footsteps eventually moved away, circling the cabin again and again until finally they faded into the woods. At dawn, trembling and exhausted, I checked outside again. Fresh tracks circled the cabin so many times it looked like a ritual pattern. The dragging marks were deeper. Whatever had been pulled was heavier now. That was it. I wasn't staying another minute. The storm had weakened enough that I could at least attempt to drive. I threw my bag into the car, turned the engine over, and peeled out onto the barely visible trail. The woods felt claustrophobic, as if leaning in, urging me to hurry. Halfway to the main road, something flickered in my mirror. A figure, standing in the road behind me, head twitching, dragging something long behind it. I didn't slow down, didn't breathe, didn't look back again. When I reached the highway, I drove straight to town and checked into the first motel I found, shaking so hard I could barely sign my name at the desk. That night, trying to convince myself I was finally safe, I heard nothing but passing cars and the hum of the heater. Normal sounds, city sounds. I eventually fell asleep, exhaustion finally winning. I woke to tapping. 3 taps. Slow, deliberate. On the motel window. My blood ran cold. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I simply pulled the covers over my head and stayed like that until sunrise. When I finally gathered the courage to look, I found something on the windowsill, pressed against the glass from the outside. A long, deep scratch. And next to it, drawn with the tip of something razor sharp, a circle. One single circle, made by something that had walked around my cabin the entire night. I checked out immediately and drove nonstop for hours. I haven't gone near a forest since. I sleep with lights on. Sometimes late at night, I swear I hear faint tapping again. Always 3 taps. Always slow. Always deliberate. Story. The end. The gravel road narrowed the farther I drove, snaking through tall pines that blocked out most of the late afternoon sun. My phone had lost service almost an hour earlier, but that was part of the appeal. No notifications, no people, no responsibilities. Just a long overdue weekend to myself at my uncle's old hunting cabin in northern Idaho, a place I hadn't visited since I was 12. I remembered it being peaceful, almost magical. I pulled up to the clearing just as the sky began to melt into gold and deepening orange. The cabin looked smaller than I remembered, its dark wooden boards weathered by decades of storms and winters. A split-rail fence sagged in two places, and the porch leaned slightly to one side, but the place still had charm. I stepped out of my car, the cool air biting pleasantly at my cheeks. The trees surrounded the clearing like silent sentinels. The quiet was immediate and complete. No cars, no distant chatter, just the whisper of wind through branches. Inside, the cabin smelled of cedar and dust. A thin layer of it coated the kitchen counter and the table, but it otherwise looked untouched. My uncle had passed away 6 years earlier, and no one in the family had come up since. It felt both comforting and unsettling, like stepping into a paused memory. I unpacked my things, checked the propane tank for the stove, and started a fire in the wood stove. Flames crackled to life, filling the room with warmth. When I finished settling in, I made myself a cup of instant coffee and sat at the small table by the window. Outside, dusk fell fast. Shadows thickened between the trees. The wind picked up, rattling loose branches. I watched the forest until full darkness swallowed everything beyond the glow of the porch light. Memories from childhood surfaced, running through those same woods with my cousins, daring each other to go just a bit farther. The stories our uncle told us around the fire about hunters who vanished, about strange cries in the night. We had always assumed he was joking. I finished my coffee and decided to walk around the property once more before turning in. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The air was colder, sharper. The beam cut across the clearing, landing on the weathered shed at the far end. Something moved behind it. I froze. The flashlight trembled slightly in my hand. It could have been an animal, a deer, maybe. This was the woods. Wildlife was expected. But the movement had been too smooth, too deliberate. I took a slow step back, suddenly aware of how dark it was, how alone I really was. I told myself not to be paranoid and focused on the porch instead. Just as I reached it, I heard something, a low creak, like the sound of a heavy footstep on old wood. Only the porch was behind me. I spun the flashlight around. Nothing. Just the cabin, the shadows, the trees. My heart thumped against my ribs. I went inside, locking the door behind me, telling myself it was just the wind, that old boards made strange noises. But it took a while before I could shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. The fire burned low as I settled onto the sofa with a book. The quiet pressed in again, a thick, heavy silence broken only by pops from the stove. An hour passed, maybe more. Eventually, my eyelids drooped. I closed the book and stood, stretching. That's when something scraped across the porch. Long, slow, deliberate. My breath caught. I turned toward the front door. The porch light illuminated only a small patch of the boards outside, leaving everything else swallowed in black. Another scrape. Closer. I reached for the switch to turn on the outside light, but before I could, the scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Cold, expectant. I waited. Nothing. After several minutes, I switched on the porch light anyway. Through the small window on the door, I saw only empty boards, the woods beyond them, unmoving. No footprints, no signs of an animal. I told myself again I was being ridiculous and went to the bedroom to sleep. The cabin had one bedroom with a narrow wooden door and a single window facing the side yard. I got into bed fully clothed, the knife I had used to cut vegetables lying on the nightstand just in case. The forest stayed quiet. Too quiet. Not even the usual hoots, rustles, or distant calls. Somewhere between waking and sleep, I heard it. Faint, nearly lost beneath the wind. A voice. A man's voice. Calling my name. Soft, dragging, like someone trying to remember how to speak. I jolted upright, pulse racing. The voice didn't come again, but I was suddenly wide awake, every nerve on fire. I whispered into the darkness. Hello? Nothing. I got out of bed, moving quietly, the floorboards groaning underfoot. I went to the window and peered out. The flashlight beam from earlier still lingered in my mind as I scanned the yard. Something shifted near the tree line. I pressed closer to the window. A figure stood between the trees. Tall, lean, unmoving. Too still to be a person. For a second, I thought my mind was playing tricks. Shadow on shadow, wind in branches, but then the figure stepped forward, just enough for moonlight to reveal a sliver of its shape. I stumbled back, hand covering my mouth. It had no face. just smooth, pale skin where features should have been, and it was looking straight at the cabin. I grabbed my phone immediately, still no signal. I paced the room, trying to think. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but the idea of going outside with that thing waiting made my stomach twist. Another sound broke through the silence, a slow, rhythmic tapping on the wall beside the bedroom. Tap, pause, tap, pause, tap, like someone was tracing the wood with a finger. I backed into the living room, knife still in hand. The tapping moved from the side wall to the back wall, then to the porch again, like it was circling the cabin. My breath shortened, each inhale sharp and thin. I kept every light in the cabin on, standing in the center of the room, my eyes darting to each window. Then 3 knocks on the front door. Slow, heavy, knock, knock, knock. My knees nearly buckled. I forced air through my lungs, whispering to myself, "Don't answer, don't answer." The knocking stopped. A whisper came through the door instead, low and distorted like it was coming through water. "I see you." I stumbled backward, heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear. The room spun. I didn't know what to do. Hide? Run? Wait? The doorknob rattled, softly at first, then violently. I screamed and ran to the kitchen, gripping the knife tighter. The rattling stopped abruptly. Silence again. Minutes passed, maybe hours. I couldn't tell. I stayed curled in the corner of the kitchen until the first hint of dawn brightened the windows. When sunlight finally broke across the clearing, I dared to move. I unlocked the door and stepped outside, the cold morning air filling my lungs. There were no footprints, no marks, no evidence anyone had been there. But on the porch railing, carved into the wood, were 3 words, "I see you." My throat closed. There was no way I had missed that the night before. I didn't pack anything. I didn't double-check the cabin. I just ran to my car, turned the key, and sped down that gravel road as fast as the wheels could handle. I didn't look back. I've tried rationalizing it 100 times since then. Stress, dreams, a misinterpreted shadow, but I can still hear that voice sometimes when I'm alone. Soft, dragging, wrong. And every time I hear it, I know the truth. Whatever stood outside that cabin is still looking for me. Story the end. The first thing Michael noticed when he stepped out of his truck was how still everything felt. Like the forest had paused mid-breath. The cabin he'd rented for the weekend stood 30 yards off the gravel pull-off, its porch sagging, its windows fogged from the chilly air. It wasn't fancy, but it was exactly what he'd wanted. A quiet break from his job, his phone, and the steady buzz of everyday life. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked up the dirt path. The boards creaked under his boots. Inside, the cabin smelled like cedar and old newspaper. He flipped the light switch. The bulbs flickered before settling into a warm hum. The place was small. A single bedroom, a wood stove, a kitchen just big enough for a coffee maker, and a battered fridge that had probably been humming since the 70s. He unpacked, set logs in the stove, and brewed a pot of coffee. The real kind, the kind that tasted like smoke and earth. The kind his grandfather used to make out in Montana when he'd taken him fishing as a kid. For a while, the silence felt good, comforting. He sat by the window, reading, watching the sun bleed orange behind the treetops. But when the light faded completely, he began to notice the sounds. Pine needles shifting, twigs cracking, leaves brushing against one another in soft, irregular patterns. At first, he thought it was the wind, but the movements didn't sound random. They sounded like footsteps. Light, slow, circling. He tried to ignore it. He cooked a can of chili on the stove and brought the bowl to the couch. But as he ate, he kept glancing at the windows. The cabin's interior lights reflected off the glass, but beyond that faint reflection was a darkness so deep it felt heavy, like something was pressed right against it. He told himself he was being ridiculous. It was the first night alone. Of course he was jumpy, but then something scraped the wall, not a branch, not the wind, something solid. He stood up so fast the bowl tipped, chili slopping onto the rug. His heart pounded as he edged toward the nearest window, peering out into the void. Nothing moved, though the faint silhouettes of trees looked like hunched figures. He walked the entire cabin, checking every lock twice. When he reached the back door, he hesitated. The knob felt cold, too cold, considering the stove had been running for an hour. He pressed his ear to the wood. Silence. Then, breathing. Not his. Not the slow, steady inhale of someone sleeping. This was shallow, shaky, almost excited. He jerked backward, heart hammering so hard he felt it in his throat. He didn't open the door. He didn't dare. Instead, he backed away, grabbed the chair by the kitchen table, and wedged it tightly under the doorknob. Then he sat on the couch, knife in hand, and waited. The breathing eventually stopped. The rest of the night was quiet, but he didn't sleep. In the morning, sunlight softened the tree line, birds chirped, the world looked normal again, ordinary even. He opened the door cautiously, half expecting footprints or claw marks or something. There was nothing, not a single disturbed pine needle. He walked the perimeter of the cabin anyway, refusing to let himself be tricked by a tidy forest floor. He checked for prints, broken branches, any sign he hadn't imagined everything. Still nothing. He told himself it had to have been an animal. A coyote, a deer, maybe even a bear. Something wild enough to come close, but clever enough to leave little trace. But something didn't add up. Animals didn't breathe like that. They didn't drag metal along wood or linger at doors like they were waiting for an answer. He shook it off. He brewed another pot of coffee, tried to settle back into his book. The day passed quietly, and by sundown he convinced himself he'd overreacted. Until the second night. It began with the knocking, soft at first, almost polite. 3 taps at the side window, then 2 at the front, then 4 at the back. Not frantic. Measured, like someone walking the perimeter again, testing. He grabbed the flashlight and knife, moved to the front window, and flicked the beam into the trees. The light bounced off trunks, brush, snow patches, then caught something pale. A shape ducked behind a tree, just out of reach of the beam. He stumbled a step backward. His breath fogged the glass. He forced himself to look again, hand trembling as he swept the light from tree to tree. Nothing. But the knocking started again, at the window behind him. He spun so fast the flashlight slipped from his grip and clattered onto the floor. The knocking stopped immediately. Stillness replaced it. An awful, listening stillness. He didn't sleep that night either. He barely blinked. When dawn came, he walked outside again, and this time there was something in the snow. Footprints. Bare human footprints. Small, almost child-size, leading from the trees straight to the cabin wall, stopping directly beneath his bedroom window. But the strangest part was how they ended. The last print, just one, pressed deep, toes pointed upward, as if whoever had stood there had lifted themselves off the ground, or been lifted. Michael backed away slowly, breath turning ragged. His mind tried to make sense of it. Jumping, maybe. A trick of melting snow. Something logical. That's when he felt eyes on him. He turned toward the trees, scanning their crowded shadows. Something shifted. A ripple of movement between the trunks. Slow, wrong. Like someone crawling, no, slithering, upright, but not quite human. He didn't wait to confirm it. He bolted inside. He packed in under 4 minutes, tossing everything into his bag with shaking hands. He grabbed his keys, ran to the truck, and sped down the dirt road so fast branches slapped both sides. He didn't look in the rearview mirror. He didn't want to see if anything was following. It wasn't until he reached the main road, 40 minutes later, that he dared to breathe deeply again. He drove straight home, called the owner of the cabin, told them he was leaving early and didn't want a refund. He didn't explain why. He didn't have the words. That night, in his own apartment 2 states away, he slept for the first time since the trip began. But shortly after 3 a.m., he woke. Not to a noise, not to movement, but to a feeling, a presence. His apartment was dark, the air still. He listened, heart racing, praying it was nothing. Then tap, tap, tap on his bedroom window, 7 stories above the ground. He didn't move. Couldn't. Just waited, knife slowly sliding from his trembling hand to the floor. And outside, in the faintest reflection of the glass, he saw something small, something pale, pressed against the window, smiling. Story the end. The first thing that struck me about the cabin was how quiet it was. So quiet that even the hum of my rental car engine felt intrusive as I pulled up the gravel drive. It was tucked deep into the woods of western Montana, so far from any paved road that my GPS had lost signal 20 minutes before I reached it. That isolation was the point. I had taken time off work for the first time in years, and I wanted to be completely alone, somewhere no one could bother me, somewhere the world couldn't reach me. The cabin was small, weathered, and clearly old, but sturdy. Its porch sagged slightly under my weight as I stepped out of the car. I could smell pine sap in the cold air and hear nothing but the distant call of a crow somewhere high in the treetops. For the first time in months, I felt something like peace. Inside, the cabin had a single room on the first floor, a small kitchen, a bed tucked in the corner, and a fireplace made of rough stone. There was a ladder leading up to a loft, but the owner had told me that part of the cabin was blocked off due to structural issues. A heavy wooden board had been nailed across the top, sealing it. I didn't think much of it at the time. The first night passed uneventfully. I made soup on the tiny stove, sat by the fire, and listened to the crackling logs. Around midnight, I turned off the lights and crawled into bed, warmed by the fire's dying glow. I slept lightly, but I didn't feel afraid. That changed around 3 a.m. when I woke to a noise above me, a faint creak, then another. Slow, measured, like footsteps crossing the loft. I sat up immediately, breath catching in my throat. The board nailed across the loft was unmistakable. I had seen it myself. No one could be up there. The cabin was completely still again. I told myself it must have been the wood expanding from the heat. That's all. I forced myself to lie back down, though every muscle in my body stayed tense. When I woke again, sunlight was spilling through the windows, and the night felt like a distant memory. I convinced myself it had been nothing. The next day, I hiked around the property. Snow was beginning to fall, soft and slow. I noticed the forest grew unnaturally dense the farther I walked, the trees towering overhead and blocking out much of the sky. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from between the trunks. When I returned to the cabin, I found the front door cracked open. I know I locked it. Inside, nothing seemed disturbed at first glance. But on the kitchen table, the notebook I had brought for journaling lay open, even though I hadn't written in it yet. A single word had been scratched onto the first page in jagged handwriting. Stay. I stared at the word for a long time, feeling a coldness creep up my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. I should have packed my things right then and left, but some combination of shock and denial rooted me in place. Maybe the wind had blown the door open. Maybe someone had been here earlier and forgotten to lock it afterward. Maybe the caretaker had come by without mentioning it. I forced myself to believe those things. I cooked dinner, read by the fire, and tried to pretend everything was normal. It wasn't. Around 11 that night, the tapping started. At first, it was faint, like a branch gently hitting the window. But branches didn't move like that. The taps were rhythmic, deliberate, coming from the window beside the bed. I stayed perfectly still, staring at the dark glass. The tapping grew a little louder, a little more impatient. My heart pounded in my ears. Then, without warning, it stopped. Silence. Then came the footsteps overhead. Slow, heavy, crossing the loft again. Step, creak, step. I scrambled out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and shined it up toward the loft. The board sealing it off was still there, still nailed shut, but dust drifted gently from between the boards as if something had recently walked just above them. I backed against the opposite wall, clutching the flashlight like a weapon. For the next hour, I sat there listening as the footsteps continued, sometimes pacing, sometimes pausing directly above me. Near dawn, they finally stopped. When the morning light crept in, I made up my mind. I was leaving. I threw my things into my bag, slammed the front door behind me, and ran through the snow toward the car. Something was off the moment I got in. The windshield was smeared with handprints. Hundreds of them. Small ones, large ones. Some that didn't look like hands at all, long-fingered and unnatural. They covered the glass in streaks, as if whatever made them had been circling the car all night. I hesitated only long enough to scrape the glass clear before peeling out onto the dirt road. Snowflakes whipped across the windshield. My hands trembled as I gripped the steering wheel, glancing in the rearview mirror every few seconds. But nothing followed. Nothing I could see. It took 40 minutes to reach the nearest town. I went straight into a diner, hands still shaking, and ordered coffee. When the waitress noticed how pale I looked, she asked if I was all right. I told her about the cabin, the noises, the footsteps, the words scratched in my notebook. Her expression changed immediately. She put the coffee pot down slowly, carefully, as if any sudden movement might alarm me. "That cabin," she said quietly. "You didn't stay in the one up by Miller's Ridge, did you? Old Becker's place?" I nodded. She took a shaky breath. "Nobody goes up there anymore. Not after what happened." She told me the story in low, measured words. How the original owner disappeared one winter. how search parties found the cabin in perfect condition except for footprints circling it in the snow, how another man rented it years later and claimed he heard footsteps in the loft even though it had been sealed for decades, how he woke one night to see someone standing in the corner of the room, unmoving, watching him, how he refused to ever go back. I left the diner and drove straight home, hundreds of miles away, without stopping for the night. Even when I finally reached my apartment, the feeling didn't go away. I kept imagining footsteps overhead. I kept imagining something tapping at the window. It's been weeks, and I still wake up at 3 in the morning, thinking I hear someone moving above me, even though I live on the top floor. The worst part? When I finally worked up the courage to open my bag and unpack, my notebook was lying on top of everything. The same page, the same jagged handwriting, a new message beneath the first. Stay. There was a second word now, following. Story the end. The first night at the cabin felt like stepping into a painting. Pristine snow stretched across the forest, reflecting the pale light of a full moon. I had arrived mid-afternoon, hauling my duffel bag and a crate of supplies up the narrow, icy trail from the main road. The cabin, a small log structure tucked away in the northern woods of Maine, had been vacant for years. My plan was simple: disconnect from the world for a week, focus on writing, and breathe in the solitude that city life never allowed. Inside, the air smelled of cold wood and dust. I dropped my bag by the door and walked around, inspecting the space. The furniture was sparse: a sagging couch, a small wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a barely functional stove. There was a small bedroom with a single bed, and the bathroom smelled faintly of mildew. I switched on the old oil lamp I had brought, filling the room with a warm amber glow. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, an eerie but oddly soothing sound. Dinner was a can of chili heated on the stove. As I ate, I noticed the shadows on the walls, long and wavering, stretching with the flicker of the lamp. I laughed to myself, thinking how dramatic they looked. The woods were quiet, almost unnervingly so. No animals stirred, no owls called, just the distant crackle of branches breaking under the weight of snow. I told myself it was peaceful, even though a part of me clung to a vague, uncomfortable awareness, like I was being watched. I settled into bed early, wrapped in a thick blanket. The room was silent, the kind of silence that made even my heartbeat sound loud. Around midnight, I woke to a strange sound, the faint creaking of the floorboards. At first, I thought it was the cabin settling, but then I heard it again, deliberate, as if someone were pacing outside my bedroom door. My stomach tightened. I told myself it was a dream, turned over, and tried to sleep. The creaking continued intermittently, and I realized it wasn't stopping. I sat up, listening, heart pounding. The cabin was supposed to be empty. I had the only key. I double-checked the lock on the door. It was secure. The sound stopped. I stayed awake the rest of the night, every little crack of wood or whisper of wind making me jump. Morning brought a false sense of relief. The sun streamed through the frost-coated windows, and the forest looked calm, almost inviting. I drank coffee and tried to shake off the night's unease. I told myself cabin stories were supposed to have a little fear, a thrill. That's all it was. But as the day went on, I noticed things out of place. A chair that had been pushed under the table was slightly askew. My shoes, which I had lined neatly by the door, weren't perfectly parallel anymore. I chalked it up to fatigue, my mind playing tricks after a night of near insomnia. By the second day, I had settled into a routine, writing in the mornings, chopping wood in the afternoon, reading by the stove at night. But the feeling of being watched never went away. I would catch movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows shifting just beyond the trees. One afternoon, while gathering firewood, I saw something, a flash of red moving between the trunks. I froze. It wasn't a deer. Its gait was wrong, too smooth, almost human. I dropped the wood and ran back to the cabin, heart hammering, doors locked behind me. That night, the sound started again. This time, it wasn't just the floorboards. It was scratching, low, deliberate, coming from the cabin's exterior walls. I sat in the living room, lamp in hand, listening. The scratching circled the cabin, sometimes near the windows, sometimes the door. I thought about calling someone, but my cell service was non-existent. Panic settled in my chest. I considered leaving immediately, but the snowstorm that had rolled in during the afternoon made the path to the main road nearly impassable. I was trapped. Sleep became impossible. I stayed up all night, listening. At some point, I thought I heard breathing. Slow, measured, like someone was standing just outside the door, watching me. I gathered a kitchen knife, feeling ridiculous but powerless without a weapon. I checked all the locks again, though nothing would stop someone if they were determined. The scratching faded, replaced by silence, but the sense of presence remained. By the fourth day, my nerves were shredded. I had barely eaten, just sips of water and handfuls of trail mix. The wind had picked up, snow piling against the windows. That evening, while preparing another can of chili, I heard it, a soft knock at the back door. My first instinct was disbelief. No one could have gotten here through the storm. Another knock, firmer this time. I grabbed the knife and approached the door, shaking. I peered through the small window. It was dark outside, snow obscuring everything. No one was there. The snow looked pristine, except for faint footprints leading away from the door, disappearing into the trees. I froze. They were human footprints, size and shape unmistakable. And they hadn't been there an hour ago when I went outside to check firewood. I barricaded the door with the table, pushed the couch in front of it as well, and sat in the corner, knife clutched in my trembling hands. Hours passed, snow piling outside, wind screaming through the trees. And then I heard it. A voice, low and rough, whispering from the other side of the wall, almost like it was right behind me. I couldn't understand the words, just a rasping tone that made my skin crawl. I screamed, hitting the wall, demanding the person leave, but the whispering only grew louder, circling the room. The lamp flickered, and for a moment I swore I saw a shadow moving across the ceiling, not cast by anything in the room. Morning came, gray and overcast, and I realized the whispering had stopped. The snowstorm had passed. I ventured outside cautiously. The footprints were still there, circling the cabin in erratic patterns, as if someone had been pacing for hours in the cold. And then I saw something else. Scratches on the cabin walls, deep gouges that hadn't been there before, claw-like marks that cut through the wooden siding. My heart sank. I knew I hadn't imagined it. Someone or something had been out there with me, watching, waiting. I decided I had to leave. I packed my bag, throwing it over my shoulder, and trudged through the snow toward the main road. Every crunch of snow underfoot sounded deafening, each shadow in the forest a potential threat. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain I was being followed, though no one appeared. The road was slippery, lined with thick woods, and I forced myself forward, one step at a time. Hours later, I reached the highway. My fingers were numb, my body exhausted, but I made it to a small convenience store where the clerk eyed me like I was insane. I told him my story, how I had been alone in the cabin, how someone had been there with me. He didn't respond much, just handed me a coffee, muttering something about people leaving the place alone for years and the forest having its own way of playing tricks. But I knew better. That cabin had not been empty. It never would be. Weeks later, when I thought I had processed it all, I received a postcard in the mail with no return address. On it was a photograph of the cabin, taken at night. I could see the shadows of the trees, the deep gouges in the wall, and faintly the imprint of a figure standing in the window, watching. My blood ran cold. The note on the back said simply, "Come back soon." I burned it immediately, but sleep no longer came easily. The wind outside my apartment reminded me of the pines, the snow, the scratching, the whispering. Even in the safety of the city, I knew it hadn't ended. It followed me, a presence unseen but undeniable. I swore I would never go near that cabin again. But sometimes, just sometimes, I hear the whisper in the night, soft and patient, promising that solitude will never be mine. Story the end. The first night in the cabin had been quiet, almost too quiet. The kind of silence that feels heavy, pressing against your ears until every small sound is amplified. I had driven hours to get here, winding through the mountain roads that seemed to go on forever, until the forest swallowed me whole. The cabin itself was rustic, isolated, tucked into a clearing where the trees bent in close like they were keeping an eye on me. No cell signal, no neighbors for miles, just me and the woods. I spent the afternoon unpacking, stacking firewood, and checking the small kitchen. The cabin smelled of old pine and smoke, faint remnants of previous occupants. Everything seemed normal. The first night was uneventful. I made a fire, cooked some pasta, and tried to relax with a book. I fell asleep to the crackle of the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl. It was the second night that things started. I woke up around 2 a.m., shivering despite the warmth of the blankets. At first, I thought it was the wind. The trees outside rattled like dry bones. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate knock on the cabin door. One knock. I froze, listening. Silence. Maybe it was just the wind. I told myself that. One knock shouldn't make me panic. I drifted back to sleep, uneasy but convincing myself I was overreacting. When I woke in the morning, nothing seemed out of place. I went outside to fetch more firewood and noticed footprints in the soft dirt near the back of the cabin. Fresh. Human. They led from the edge of the trees toward the cabin, stopping abruptly near the back porch. My stomach turned. I live alone in the city. I know what real fear feels like. But this was something different. I spent the day trying to keep busy. I cleaned, organized, even chopped more firewood than I needed. Every so often, I would glance at the trees, half expecting to see someone peeking through them. I rationalized it. Maybe hikers had passed by earlier. Still, when night fell again, my unease returned. The knocking came back that night, louder this time. 3 sharp, slow knocks. I sat frozen on the couch, staring at the door, heart hammering. I considered calling the sheriff, but the lack of signal made that impossible. The fire in the hearth was the only light, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. The knocking stopped, replaced by scratching, like fingernails dragging across wood. I wanted to tell myself it was a raccoon, but the sound was too methodical, too deliberate. I grabbed the shotgun I had brought for emergencies, fumbling with it in the dim light. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. Then I heard it, a whisper. Soft, almost inaudible. I couldn't make out the words, just the tone, cold, mocking. Morning brought a false sense of relief. I went outside again, this time carrying a knife just in case. The footprints were still there, circling the cabin now, like someone or something had been pacing all night. My rational mind tried to reason it away, but deep down I knew it wasn't an animal. Whoever it was had been watching me. I decided to drive into town to get supplies. Maybe seeing other people, getting some coffee, would help me shake off the paranoia. The drive was tense. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow in the corner of my eye made me jolt. When I returned, the cabin looked exactly as I had left it, but the door was slightly ajar. I didn't remember leaving it unlocked. Inside, nothing seemed stolen or moved, but I found something new on the table. A small, carved wooden figure. Human-like, crude, but unmistakably a person. It hadn't been there when I left. My hands shook as I picked it up, feeling the weight of someone else's presence. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept the shotgun within arm's reach, listening to every sound. Around midnight, the knocking started again, faster this time. I didn't dare go to the door. The whispers returned, louder, now mixed with laughter, low, guttural, inhuman. I realized with a sinking feeling that this wasn't someone just trying to scare me. They knew I was alone, knew exactly how to get under my skin. By the third night, my nerves were shredded. I stayed awake, pacing the cabin, trying to prepare myself. The knocking came again, and this time so did the footsteps. Heavy, slow steps circling the cabin, crunching the leaves and dirt outside. I pressed my ear to the window, trying to see, but the trees blocked my view. And then I heard it, a voice, clear and close, right outside the window. "You can't hide." I fired the shotgun through the glass. The sound shattered the night. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and then silence. I sat there shaking, staring at the broken window, waiting for the inevitable retaliation. But nothing came that night. The next day, I found more figures scattered around the cabin. Wooden, carved, staring blankly at me from every corner. Some were on the porch, some inside the living room. I didn't remember placing them there. Panic settled in. This wasn't a prank. This was someone or something inside my world now. I couldn't leave. The forest seemed to have closed in, the roads twisting impossibly. Every attempt to drive out led me back to the cabin as if the woods themselves were guiding me back. Night 4 was hell. The knocking was constant now, all around the cabin. The whispers had turned into voices, chanting in a language I didn't recognize. Shadows moved against the walls, too fast, too fluid to be human. I stayed crouched behind the sofa, clutching the shotgun, wishing for the sunrise. Hours passed like years. And then I heard a door creak open. Slowly, deliberately. My heart stopped. Someone or something was inside. I never saw it clearly. Only the outline, tall, thin, and impossibly still. It moved with a silence that was unnatural. It passed through the living room, circling me, and the air grew cold, the kind of cold that bites into your bones. I whispered prayers I didn't believe in. The figure paused as if aware of me, then vanished. By morning, the cabin was eerily quiet. The figures were gone. The footprints returned, leading from the forest directly to the front door and back again. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed a bag, shoved the shotgun in, and ran. I didn't look back. I reached the nearest highway, flagged down a trucker, and told them I'd been living in the woods alone. I tried to explain, but they looked at me like I was insane. The police found the cabin weeks later. It was empty. The windows were intact, no signs of forced entry, no carved figures, no footprints. The woods were just woods. I know what I experienced, though. Every night I see shadows moving at the edge of my vision, hear whispers when it's quiet. Sometimes when I'm driving alone, I swear I hear knocks on the roof of my car. The cabin isn't just a place, it's a presence, and it's still waiting. Story the end. The wind was low and thin that night, whispering through the pines like it had secrets it didn't dare say out loud. The cabin sat at the edge of a clearing, 4 miles from the nearest paved road. Jake had driven in late, his old Ford rattling over the dirt trail, and parked it under the skeletal arms of birch trees. He unlocked the cabin door and felt a wave of relief. It smelled like old wood, pine resin, and a faint hint of mildew, the kind of smell that made you think for just a second that somewhere in the house's past, someone had left a candle burning and walked away forever. He flicked on the overhead light, which buzzed but held steady, and dropped his duffel bag near the couch. His plan was simple. 3 nights alone, no phone, no internet, just the sound of the forest and a stack of books he'd brought to finally read. He told himself he needed the solitude to decompress from work. Coding all day in a fluorescent office had shredded whatever patience he once had. Jake brewed coffee in the tiny kitchenette. The old percolator groaned and spat, but eventually settled into a rhythm. He sat by the window, watching the shadows deepen. The forest wasn't dark yet, but it had that grayish, creeping quality where every branch looked like it might reach for you if you blinked. The wind rustled the leaves in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. He shivered, though it wasn't cold. He blamed it on being cooped up all week. By 9, he was in bed. The cabin's single bedroom was small, the mattress lumpy, but the silence was comforting. At least it had been until he heard it, a soft scraping sound outside the window. At first, he thought it was the wind. But then there it was again, more deliberate, a slight rhythm to it. Something, or someone, was moving through the brush. He got up and peered through the blinds. The moonlight glimmered off snow-dampened branches. There was nothing at all. Just the forest, breathing. He tried to laugh at himself, telling himself that deer could make that kind of noise. He tried not to notice that the sound had stopped the moment he looked outside. The next morning, he went for a run. The cold bit at his cheeks, his lungs burning with effort. The trail he followed snaked into the woods, leading him past an old, abandoned hunting shack. Its walls were pocked with rot, and a rusted lock hung crookedly from the door. A chill ran down his spine. He didn't stay long, just turned back toward the cabin, trying to shake the unease that had settled in his chest. Back at the cabin, he discovered the first real anomaly. The back door, which he was certain he had locked, was slightly ajar. His heart raced, but when he pushed it closed, the lock clicked firmly into place. He searched the perimeter with his flashlight, walking the edge of the clearing, his eyes straining to catch movement in the shadows. There was nothing, only the occasional crack of a branch and the whisper of wind. By the second night, the sounds had become impossible to ignore. First, there was the scratching at the windows, light and intermittent. Then came the heavy thump on the door, the sort of noise that made your stomach drop. He spent hours pacing, flashlight in hand, checking locks, peering through blinds. Every time he thought he heard a footstep in the cabin, his heart leaped, only to find that the floorboards were empty, the cabin as still as a crypt. He tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a raccoon or a stray dog. Maybe the old cabin was settling, creaking in the cold night. But rationalizations didn't stop the feeling of being watched. The shadows seemed to shift when he wasn't looking. One corner of the living room always seemed darker, heavier, like something lingered there just beyond perception. The third night, the scratching turned into soft knocks. He woke to the sound of deliberate tapping on the window pane, slow and rhythmic. He froze, heart pounding, convinced that whoever or whatever was outside knew he was awake. He reached for the phone, but there was no signal, none at all. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and even then he barely knew them. He was completely isolated. He turned on all the lights, flicking switches and lamps in every corner, but the knocking persisted, moving from window to window, even to the back door. He grabbed the kitchen knife, heavy and cold in his hand, and crept to the front door. Sweat pricked his temples. When he opened it, the clearing was empty. The snow had fallen lightly in the night, untouched, save for the tracks of what could only be a large animal, or a man. Panic clawed at him. He bolted back inside, bolting the door again. He tried to calm himself, telling himself he would wait until morning. He locked the bedroom door and curled up on the bed, knife clutched to his chest, ears straining for every sound. Every creak, every whisper of the wind made him jump. When the dawn finally came, he felt a small relief, almost like he'd survived a storm. But the relief didn't last. The morning light revealed marks on the back door, deep scratches, clawed like some wild beast had tried to get in. He couldn't explain it. Nothing had been visible outside. The footprints in the snow weren't there at first light. He searched the forest, calling out, but there was nothing, just the endless swaying of the pines. That afternoon, he tried to distract himself. He chopped wood, cleaned the cabin, brewed more coffee. The forest was quiet, deceptively so. By evening, he had convinced himself that he'd imagined the whole thing, that his mind had turned a lonely cabin into a stage for paranoia. The fourth night, the feeling of being watched became suffocating. He kept hearing whispers just outside the walls, voices too soft to understand, too deliberate to be imagined. He shivered under the blankets, trying to convince himself to sleep. Then he heard the door handle jiggle. Jake froze. The cabin had never made a sound like that on its own. He grabbed the knife and crept toward the door, pressing his ear to the wood. Whoever it was, they were patient, testing it, listening. He backed away slowly, realizing the handle wasn't turning randomly. Someone knew he was inside. The knocking began again, soft and persistent. Then came the scraping, like nails along wood, circling, moving from front to back, as if whatever was out there was walking around the perimeter, studying him. Panic surged. He grabbed his jacket, shoved some food and water into a backpack, and ran to his truck, heart hammering. The trail back to the main road was worse than he remembered. Every snap of a twig sounded like footsteps chasing him. His breath came in ragged gasps, and the headlights barely cut through the thickening fog that had rolled in. He didn't look back. He floored the accelerator, the truck bouncing over ruts and rocks, ears ringing with every imaginary footstep behind him. He made it back to the nearest gas station 2 hours later, hands trembling as he filled the tank. He called the police and reported the cabin, the noises, the footprints. They drove him back to the site the next day. When they arrived, the cabin was empty and silent, as if it had never been lived in. The scratches on the doors were gone. The snow was undisturbed. Nothing out of the ordinary, except for one detail that made the officers step back. Inside the cabin, on the living room floor, were a set of footprints. They were small, barefoot, and they led from the living room into the woods behind the cabin and then disappeared. Jake never went back. He sold the cabin sight unseen. Friends didn't understand why he refused to talk about it. He tried therapy, but the images of dark shapes just outside the window, of whispers circling the cabin, followed him. Months later, he would wake in the middle of the night, convinced he could hear light tapping on the window. No one ever answered when he looked outside, but sometimes, just sometimes, he could swear he saw a shadow move between the trees, patient, waiting, as if it knew he would never be alone again. Story the end. The cabin sat at the edge of a dense pine forest in northern Minnesota, its weathered logs darkened by years of rain and snow. Jake had driven 6 hours to get here, leaving the city and its constant noise behind. He needed a break, a weekend alone to reset after months of work and endless social obligations. The forest promised solitude, the kind of peace that came with no neighbors, no Wi-Fi, no phone calls. The first night was calm. He unpacked his bags, stacked firewood, and lit a fire in the stone fireplace. Shadows flickered against the walls, and the crackling of the fire filled the room in a comforting rhythm. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and an occasional owl hooted in the distance. He ate a simple dinner of canned chili warmed on the stovetop, and then settled into the old leather armchair with a book. Around midnight, he heard it. A knock on the front door. Jake froze. He told himself it was probably the wind, or maybe a branch had fallen against the door. He stood, flashlight in hand, and stepped outside. Nothing. Just the black forest stretching in every direction, no footprints in the thin layer of snow except his own tire tracks leading up the long, gravel driveway. He shook his head and laughed nervously. Paranormal horror stories aside, this was Minnesota. There were bears, yes, maybe a wandering hunter, but no one would be walking around knocking on doors at this hour. The next morning, he noticed the small things. The firewood he had stacked neatly was slightly shifted, and the chair he had left facing the fire was turned just a few inches. He convinced himself it was the breeze, the natural settling of the cabin, or maybe he hadn't placed them perfectly to begin with. He spent the day hiking a nearby trail, enjoying the cold, crisp air and the scent of pine. When he returned, he felt more relaxed, though an odd feeling prickled at the back of his neck. The cabin door was slightly ajar, a detail he swore he had locked in the morning. His pulse quickened. The lock was old, sticking, but he remembered turning it several times. Inside, nothing seemed taken, nothing obviously out of place, but the sense of being watched gnawed at him. He checked the windows. All were closed. The fireplace was cold now, the ashes gray and still. He set the fire again and tried to push the unease aside, telling himself he was imagining things. That night, he couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind rattling the windows set his heart racing. Around 2 a.m., he heard it again, the soft sound of footsteps outside. Not a branch cracking or the wind brushing against the cabin, but deliberate, slow steps circling the structure. Jake grabbed his flashlight and slowly opened the door. The snow reflected the beam, and he scanned the perimeter. Nothing, just the trees, dark and silent. A cold wind swept past him, and for a moment he thought he saw a figure at the edge of the forest, too dark to identify. He blinked, and it was gone. Sleep eluded him for the rest of the night. In the morning, he found a single footprint in the snow, just outside the window. A boot print, large and heavy, heading toward the tree line. He froze. There was no road, no way anyone could have been walking here unnoticed. The nearest neighbor lived miles away. He called the police, but with poor cell service, the call dropped halfway through. Frustrated, he told himself he would drive back to town later that day, but first he wanted to gather his things and leave the cabin in order. As he packed, he noticed something chilling. Every drawer he opened had been rifled through. Not completely emptied, but disturbed, clothes mixed, papers scattered. He told himself it was impossible. He had locked the cabin, seen no one, and yet the evidence was there. His unease turned to fear, gnawing at the edges of rational thought. That evening, he tried to distract himself with a movie on his laptop, but the battery was dead. He had fully charged it before leaving for the hike. He checked the cords, the outlets. Everything was normal. The wind outside picked up, howling through the trees like the mournful cries of a distant animal. Then he heard it, soft scratching, coming from the loft above. The cabin had a small loft used for storage. Jake's heart raced. There shouldn't have been anyone up there, and yet the sound was deliberate, methodical, like fingernails dragging across wood. He grabbed a heavy poker from the fireplace and ascended the ladder slowly. The loft was empty, save for old blankets and boxes. He checked everything, shined the flashlight into corners, under the eaves. Nothing. Shaken, he returned downstairs and locked the loft ladder in place. He tried to convince himself it was a raccoon or some other animal that had snuck in, though the tiny window there was nailed shut. The next morning, he awoke to find the front door wide open. Snow had blown inside, dusting the floorboards. Panic surged through him. He grabbed his keys, his bag, and sprinted to the truck. He thought he saw movement between the trees as he started the engine, dark shapes slipping behind trunks, but it was gone when he blinked. Driving away, the forest seemed alive, as though the trees themselves watched him, whispered about him. When he reached the main road, he tried to calm himself. Maybe it was just an overactive imagination, paranoia born from isolation. But the print in the snow, the disturbed drawers, the sounds, he couldn't explain those. He returned to the city, but the fear didn't leave him. Every creak in his apartment, every shadow outside his window made him jump. Friends laughed when he recounted the story, told him he must have been dreaming. He tried to forget it, but the memory of those footsteps, the weight of unseen eyes, lingered. Weeks later, he received a text from an unknown number. It had one word, back. His blood ran cold. He blocked the number, changed his phone, even filed a police report. They could do nothing. The number traced nowhere, no device registered. He told himself it was a prank, maybe someone who knew he'd been at the cabin, but deep down, he knew it wasn't. He had been alone. Months passed. He avoided the woods, avoided traveling anywhere remotely secluded. The city felt crowded, safe, a necessary prison, but the sense of being watched never truly left. And sometimes, late at night when the wind blows just right, he swears he can hear soft footsteps outside his apartment door, circling, patient, deliberate. Every story he read about cabin disappearances, isolated attacks, or stalking had one similarity. The victims always thought they were alone. He had been alone, and yet something had found him. Something that didn't need a reason, didn't need a face, didn't need him to see it to be there. He never went back to Minnesota. He never stayed in a cabin again. And every time he passes a forest road or a small weathered cabin on the outskirts of town, he can't help but imagine those dark shapes moving just beyond sight, waiting, silent and patient. Even now, in the city, he locks his doors 3 times, checks his windows repeatedly, and sometimes when he is truly alone, he hears the scratching, a reminder, a promise. It is not the isolation that scares him anymore. It's the knowledge that the isolation never truly ends. Story the end. The road narrowed as the sun dipped behind the dense pine forest, casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt. Jake tightened his grip on the steering wheel, glancing at the map he'd printed that morning. He was heading to a cabin his uncle had left him in northern Vermont, a place he hadn't visited since childhood. The thought of solitude both excited and unnerved him. He had been craving the quiet, a break from the relentless buzz of city life, but as the last traces of civilization disappeared behind him, a strange tension settled in his chest. The cabin appeared suddenly, tucked between a cluster of trees at the end of a narrow dirt path. Its weathered wooden exterior looked almost swallowed by the forest. The windows were dark, reflecting the fading light, and the front porch sagged slightly under years of neglect. Jake parked, grabbed his backpack, and stepped onto the uneven boards of the porch. The smell of damp pine and decaying leaves hit him immediately. He unlocked the door, the key sticking for a moment before turning, and stepped inside. Inside, the cabin was surprisingly intact. Dust covered the surfaces, and cobwebs clung to the corners, but it was livable. There was a small kitchen, a living area with a fireplace, and a loft bedroom. Jake set down his backpack and began unpacking. He lit a few candles and started a fire in the fireplace. The flames cast flickering shadows across the walls, and the silence of the forest pressed against the windows. For a while, everything felt serene, the kind of peace that made the city feel like a distant nightmare. Night fell quickly. Jake ate a simple dinner of canned beans and bread, listening to the wind rustle the trees. Somewhere deep in the forest, he thought he heard the faint crack of a branch. He told himself it was just the woods settling. He washed up in the tiny bathroom, the water heater groaning as it warmed. When he returned to the living area, he noticed the shadows dancing in the firelight seemed to move oddly, almost like they were stretching toward him. He shook his head. Too much coffee, too many late nights. He climbed the ladder to the loft and lay down, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince himself he was imagining things. Around 2 a.m, Jake woke to a scraping sound. At first, he thought it was the wind, but it continued, a deliberate, slow scraping against the cabin's exterior. He froze, straining to hear. The sound stopped. Then, just as he was about to convince himself it was nothing, a faint tapping began at the window. Tap, tap, tap. His heart started racing. He told himself someone could be outside, a hiker maybe, lost or seeking help. He swung his legs over the side of the loft, grabbing a flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness of the living area, but the windows revealed nothing outside, just trees and the night. He exhaled slowly, convincing himself to go back to sleep. Eventually, the forest returned to silence. Morning light seeped through the gaps in the wooden walls. Jake brewed coffee and tried to shake off the unease of the night. The scraping and tapping felt unreal, like a half-remembered dream. He spent the day exploring the area around the cabin, noting the overgrown path that led deeper into the forest. There were deer tracks and the occasional raccoon print, but nothing human. By afternoon, he began chopping wood for the fireplace, the physical exertion helping him focus. When he returned inside, he found the fireplace had gone cold. He lit it again, the fire crackling in response, shadows leaping against the walls. That evening, the sounds returned, louder this time. Scraping, tapping, faint footsteps circling the cabin. He checked the lock, securing every door and window. A tight knot of fear formed in his stomach. He tried calling someone on his cell phone, but there was no signal. The forest seemed to press in closer, the silence between sounds stretching unbearably long. He grabbed a baseball bat from under the bed, pacing the living area, trying to rationalize. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe a branch had fallen. But a deep part of him knew this wasn't random. Something deliberate was out there. Around midnight, a loud knock shook the front door. Jake froze, gripping the bat, heart pounding in his ears. He whispered, "Who's there?" No answer, just another knock, this time harder. He approached the door cautiously, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. No one was there. Just the wind, or so he told himself. The air inside the cabin felt colder now, unnatural somehow, as if the night itself had taken a step closer. He backed away from the door and noticed the candle flames flickering violently, even though the fire burned steadily in the fireplace. Then he heard it, a low, almost guttural laugh, coming from somewhere outside, circling the cabin. Panic set in. He grabbed his backpack, stuffing in essentials, flashlight, lighter, water, and a small knife he kept for camping. He considered running into the forest, but the path was poorly marked, and the night was thick with shadows. Instead, he moved to the loft, securing himself as best as he could, listening to the footsteps and laughter that seemed to circle endlessly below. Sleep was impossible. The next morning, Jake stepped outside, trying to convince himself to find help. The forest was eerily still, the previous night's sounds gone. But something had changed. The footprints leading away from the cabin were not his own. They were larger, uneven, and seemed to disappear into the woods in impossible ways. A chill ran down his spine. He returned inside, double-checking every window and door. Everything seemed normal. Maybe he had imagined it. Maybe it was a prank. But the footprints gnawed at his thoughts. Over the next few days, the presence became bolder. Doors left closed would be open when he returned. Chairs moved slightly from where he'd placed them. Objects were subtly shifted. He tried recording the sounds with his phone, hoping to capture evidence, but every playback was just static or faint whispers. His mind teetered on the edge, questioning reality. The forest outside remained oppressive, silent yet brimming with unseen life. He considered leaving, but each time he reached the car, something made him hesitate, a sense of being watched that rooted him to the spot. One evening, the wind howled violently, rattling the cabin like it might lift from its foundation. Jake huddled near the fire, listening as the tapping returned, faster this time, more insistent. It came from the windows and the roof, then stopped abruptly. Silence pressed down, heavy and suffocating. Then a single, deliberate knock at the door. Jake froze. Another knock, louder, insistent. He whispered, "I'm leaving," voice trembling. He grabbed his keys and backpack, yanking open the door, flashlight sweeping the darkness. Nothing. The footprints were gone, just replaced by the soft indentation of something moving through the snow. His heart raced. He slammed the door, barricading it with furniture. Sleep eluded him that night. Every creak, every sigh of the cabin felt amplified. Just as dawn was breaking, he heard her voice, barely audible, coming from the woods. It was a whisper, almost a hiss. "Jake?" His blood ran cold. He ran to the car, keys in hand, adrenaline surging. As he started the engine, he caught movement from the rearview mirror. A shadow darted between the trees, tall, thin, and impossibly fast. He floored the accelerator, the tires crunching over dirt and broken branches. He didn't look back until he reached the main road, breathing hard, hands shaking. Back in town, he tried to recount the events to the locals, but no one seemed surprised. One older man nodded solemnly. "You weren't the first, and you won't be the last. The forest, it watches. It waits. It's drawn to those who stay too long." Jake left quickly, not asking further questions, the town's stairs heavy on his back. He vowed never to return. Months later, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Doors would creak in his apartment, shadows seemed to linger too long, and the whisper of his name would come with the wind. Sleep was haunted by the forest, the cabin, and the eyes that had followed him, unblinking, through the trees. Jake knew he had survived something ancient and patient, but a part of him had been left behind, trapped in the dark woods where the cabin waited. And sometimes, when the night was perfectly still, he could still hear it, the scraping, the tapping, and the faint, deliberate laughter of whatever had watched him all those nights. Story: The End.